Tonight, you'll discover a winding tale that begins in the emerald wetlands of ancient Java, where the air is thick with mist. Frogs chirp like tired monks, and the soil squelches under every slow, deliberate step of a lone traveler. He is barefoot, of course, because shoes and enlightenment rarely go hand in hand. His robe is soaked from the afternoon monsoon, clinging like a second skin, though he doesn't seem to mind. Rain, like craving, passes. Eventually, his wide-brimmed bamboo hat drips steadily, soft as the steady drumbeat of impermanence. His walking stick sinks into the mud with each step, echoing the rhythm of a life lived moment by moment, each breath like a wave folding back into the sea. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're listening from somewhere special, maybe with rain tapping your window, or a warm lamp humming beside you, drop your location and the local time in the comments. I read everyone. Now, dim the lights for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The monk passes rice paddies brushed in silver from the moonlight. Dragonflies hover in the mist. He's headed south, though not toward a specific village or shrine. His path is less about destinations and more about dissolving the idea of getting anywhere. Zen, after all, rarely involves maps. Tonight, he searches only for a dry patch of earth and a sky clear enough to see stars. What he finds instead is a whimper. It's faint, barely piercing the croaking symphony of frogs. But it's there. He follows it without haste, which is to say exactly the way he does everything. Around a bend in the narrow jungle path, where banana leaves crowd like gossiping aunties, he sees it a sparrow, trembling, feathers soaked, body twisted oddly, wings too heavy to lift. The monk kneels, not with urgency, but with the patience of someone who's seen suffering in all its forms: broken bones, broken hearts, broken beliefs. He slides his hand under the sparrow. It doesn't resist, not out of trust, but because it has no energy left to resist anything. He shelters the tiny bird beneath his hat and robes, the way a monk might shelter a struggling thought in meditation, not to push it away, not to fix it, just to see it clearly. You feel the heat radiate from the monk's chest. His heart isn't racing. It never races. It walks. He studies the sparrow's black eye, clouded slightly, not panicked, not hopeful, just there, staring into nothing, into him, into everything. And something opens inside the monk, not like a flower, not like a thunderclap, but more like a door creaking in a house you forgot you built. Compassion arrives, quiet as incense smoke curling in still air. You might expect him to cry. He doesn't. But the breath he exhales is so deep, it could carry away 10 lifetimes of suffering. He finds shelter not long after a thatched field hut used by local farmers during harvest. It's barely standing, but it's enough. Dry, shadowed, Still, he lays the bird on a scrap of dry cloth, lights a small lamp from his pack, just a flicker of oil. The sparrow blinks, once, maybe twice, then not again. He watches for a long time, and then, almost as if remembering a bedtime routine, he reaches into his pack and removes a single dried rice cake. He chews slowly, savoring the blandness. It tastes like the monastery he left behind. Years ago, equal parts comfort and emptiness. Outside, frogs continue their chanting. A gecko clicks somewhere above. The monk's eyes trace the shape of the bird's wing. Crumpled, yes, but there's still a curve, still a memory of flight. He thinks of the words of his teacher, not with language, but with weight. His teacher once told him that compassion isn't about saving anyone. It's about being so fully present that even suffering finds itself softened in your company. That teaching had made no sense at the time. It was too abstract, like trying to hug fog. But tonight, under a leaking roof, with a dying sparrow and wet robes that smell like mildew and patience, it lands. In the silence, the monk's mind drifts to the temple garden of his youth, the one with the koi pond and the gnarled plum tree. He had once watched a young acolyte cry when a beetle he'd rescued drowned in the water. The abbot had simply said, "Your sadness is not the beetles." Now he sees it. The beetle, the boy, the bird, himself, not separate, not the same, just conditions, folding into each other like waves into waves. Later that night, the monk wakes to the sound of something shifting, not outside, inside. The sparrow's chest no longer rises, but he feels no sorrow. Or maybe he does, but it isn't the loud kind. It's the kind that's shaped like a smile you don't realize you're wearing. He carries the bird into the wet grass before sunrise, digs a small hole with a broken pot shard, and buries it with the reverence of someone who believes in nothing permanent and therefore cherishes everything that passes through. As he smooths the soil, a soft rain returns. Of course it does. Factoid time, because even monks need a little trivia. In ancient Javanese Buddhism, sparrows symbolized mindfulness. Why? Because their tiny, darting movements were seen as an embodiment of pure attention, never lingering, never grasping, always returning to the moment. Just like this monk, who now returns to the road with nothing in his hands, but more in his heart than he's carried in years. The sun rises slow and golden, melting the mist, turning the jungle path into a ribbon of light. He walks, not away from death, not toward enlightenment, just forward, step, breath, step, breath. The path rises. Each step now climbs into thicker green, where vines curl like sleeping snakes and moss clings to stone like ancient regrets. The air changes to cooler, thinner, touched by something unspoken. Not quite silence, not quite sound. That in-between hum you hear in old temples and in your own head when you stop chasing the next thought. The monk keeps walking, no longer soaked, but still carrying that delicate weightlessness left behind by the sparrow. It's the kind of feeling that stays in your bones, even after the story seems over. But nothing's ever really over in Zen. That's the trick. By midday, he reaches a high pass, narrow and lined with weather-worn statues, guardians carved by hands now long buried. They stand with cracked mouths and soft eyes, as if they've been smiling gently at the same joke for centuries. He offers a small bow, not because he thinks they expect it, but because it feels right. The path leads to an old hermitage, hidden behind a wall of bamboo. No monks live there anymore, not since the last one passed into the next existence or the next village, whichever came first. But someone, or something, still tends the place. The stones are swept. The prayer bell still rings in the wind. He doesn't knock. There's no door, just a woven curtain swaying like a sleepy eyelid. He steps inside. There's one room, a floor mat, a fire pit, and shelves filled with scrolls whose titles have long faded into the yellow of time. Dust lives here now, but it's polite about it. He sets his pack down and sits cross-legged on the mat, bones clicking softly like wind chimes. His body thanks him. The journey had been longer than planned, but then again, he had no plan. Monks travel light in both luggage and expectation. He closes his eyes, but doesn't sleep. Instead, his mind drifts forward, backward, sideways. That's just what minds do. Meditation isn't about stopping the river. It's about sitting calmly by its edge and watching your own thoughts float past like banana leaves. He watches the sparrow again, but this time, the bird doesn't suffer. It flies, not in defiance of death, but as a thank you note to it. He remembers a teaching, not from a scroll, but from a bowl. His first begging bowl. In fact, when he was younger and clumsier and hadn't yet learned that hunger isn't solved by food, a laywoman had placed a single grain of rice into his bowl one morning and said, "Even this is too much." If your mind is full, he hadn't understood it then, thought she was just being stingy. Now he sees the Dharma in it. Because here, in this quiet hermitage where the fire pit has forgotten the taste of flame, he finally feels empty enough to receive something real. The wind picks up outside. It rustles the scrolls, flutters the curtain, hums through the rafters in a language only old places understand. He listens, not with his ears, but with the stillness behind them. And that's when he sees the ants. A slow procession, moving across the floorboard, from some forgotten crack in the wall to an offering bowl he'd placed near the mat. A few rice grains are left inside dry, light, unremarkable, but not to them. To the ants, it's a banquet. He doesn't brush them away. He leans closer. There's something oddly elegant in their movement. No pushing, no panic, just precise, quiet industry. Each ant moving because of the one before it, and for the one behind. A choreography born of necessity, or karma, which, by the way, is not some mystical cosmic scoreboard. It's cause and effect. Do this, and that happens. Say this, and that ripples. Think this, and eventually, the world reflects it back in some form, like a mirror held by invisible hands. The ants teach him more in a minute than most sermons do in hours. He watches, smiles, and doesn't move. Outside, mist crawls upward like a shy ghost. The bamboo sways and clicks together gently, a wind chime made by nature. The monk steps outside again. He walks the perimeter of the hermitage, barefoot, slow, aware of the pressure of each footfall on the earth. A small centipede retreats under a stone as he passes. A leaf detaches and drifts downward, not because it was time, but because it simply did. He sits on a flat stone, warmed faintly by afternoon sun. From here, he can see far into valleys stitched with rice terraces, clouds pouring over them like cream, and the distant threads of smoke where villagers cook their evening meals. He thinks of dependent origination, how nothing exists by itself. Not this stone, not the bird, not his breath. Everything leaning on everything else. It's humbling and freeing, like realizing you've never really been walking alone. Even the suffering he witnessed the sparrow's slow fade was not isolated. It was stitched into 1,000 other things: weather, time, the farmer's plow, the broken branch, the monk's own presence. No blame, just understanding, just seeing clearly. A lizard darts across the stone. He watches it vanish into the grass. The sun dips lower. Shadows stretch like sleepy cats. Back inside, he lights the fire pit not for heat, but to honor the space. The flames catch quickly, dry bamboo snapping and curling into light. He sets a small clay pot atop the flame. Water, a few crushed ginger leaves, tea. He drinks in silence, savoring the sharp warmth. You can taste the mountain in it: earth, wind, memory. It burns just enough to remind him he's alive. Here's something curious. In old Javanese Buddhist practice, the act of tea making was a meditation. Not a ceremony, not a performance, just a direct encounter with time. Every gesture, pouring, steeping, sipping, was considered a teaching, a way to bow to the moment. He remembers that now, with each breath between sips. You might think the monk is lonely, but he's not. He's full of presence, his own. The hermitage is yours. Because if you're hearing this now, he's somehow reached you too. Across time, across silence, which, let's be honest, is kind of wild. As night falls again, he doesn't seek answers. He never did. That's not why he took the robe. That's not why he watched the bird die. That's not why he walked into the mountains. He sought only to be open enough to meet life as it is. Sometimes, that means cradling a bird. Sometimes, that means watching ants. Sometimes, it means sitting in the dark with nothing but a cooling pot of ginger tea and the echo of your own breath, and realizing that's enough. The monk wakes before dawn, not from noise. There isn't any, just a stirring inside him like a ripple across still water. The kind that tells you the world is shifting even if nothing seems to move. He sits upright, wraps his robe tighter against the mountain chill, and listens. Crickets hum their last note of the night. Far below, roosters begin their ceremonial crowing, some sharp, some confused. The valley stretches into deep indigo shadows. Stars dissolve like salt in water. He steps outside. His bare feet find the stone path with practiced trust, toes curling slightly as if in greeting. There's dew on the grass and steam rising from the earth where it meets the cooler air. The first breath of morning is sharp clean, with a touch of wood smoke and something older. This is the kind of quiet that doesn't ask for reverence, but creates it. He walks, not far, just to the edge of the ledge, where the bamboo thins and the world reveals itself again. Below, fields yawn open, still asleep in mist. Above, the sky holds the moment gently between darkness and light. And then, he sees it. A single feather, resting on a flat rock, dark brown, frayed at the edge, not placed there, just found. Of course, it's a sparrow's. He picks it up slowly, like you might lift the memory of a voice. The feather trembles slightly in the morning breeze, but doesn't fly away. He doesn't smile exactly, but his shoulders release the way smiles do, soft, downward, as if the whole body is exhaling. The sparrow is gone, has been, but here, now, is the echo of its presence, not in song, not in body, in trace, which, as any Zen teacher will tell you, is often the most honest form of memory. He tucks the feather behind his ear, not for keepsake, but for travel. A symbol, perhaps, or maybe just company. He begins his descent. The trail is steeper going down, but the monk moves with ease. He's always trusted gravity more than ambition. He passes through thickets of ferns taller than himself, their fronds brushing his shoulders like sleepy hands. Somewhere in the brush, a monkey watches with theatrical disinterest. Bamboo creaks like doors opening to forgotten rooms. And all the while, that feather bobs gently beside his cheek. The village below is still quiet when he arrives. Smoke curls from thatched roofs. The scent of burning coconut husk and simmering ginger rice wraps around him like a blessing. He pauses at the well, not to drink, but to listen. The sound of the bucket creaking on its rope, the echo of dripping water far below. The well is deep, like the teachings, like suffering, like compassion. Because let's talk about that. Compassion isn't something the monk carries in a pouch or learns from sutras. It's something that has to break you open to get in. The sparrow had done that, not by surviving, not by being saved, but by dying, by gazing up into his eyes at the edge of breath and doing nothing but existing in that fragile sliver of time. That gaze had said, you cannot stop what comes, but you can be here for it. And the monk had been there, Not fixing, not fleeing, just kneeling in wet grass with an open heart. That's compassion, not heroic, not poetic, just deeply, devastatingly present. And in being present, he had felt his edges soften. The sharpness of me and you dulled into the quiet blur of shared existence. He and the sparrow were not separate, just two ripples in the same pond, touching briefly before dissolving. He finds a shaded bench beneath a banyan tree. Villagers begin to stir now. A child chases a chicken. A woman fans smoke from her cooking pot. A man balances a yoke of bananas across his shoulders, whistling something slow and happy. The monk watches it all, not with detachment, but with tenderness. He feels hunger, yes, but not urgently. He's learned that the body's signals are just messengers, not tyrants. He places his begging bowl at his side and closes his eyes and waits. Someone places something in the bowl. He doesn't look right away. That's not the point. Instead, he listens to the footsteps fading, soft, feminine, familiar. He opens his eyes. In the bowl, half a sweet potato, gently steamed, a single mango leaf, a sprinkle of salt. Perfect. Later, under that same banyan tree, he pulls the feather from behind his ear, looks at it one last time, then lets it go. He opens his hand, palm up. The breeze lifts the feather like a sigh and carries it upward, dancing briefly in the morning sun before vanishing into blue. The monk does not follow it with his eyes. He just lowers his hand and breathes. A long, slow breath, like the kind you take after a story ends, not because you're finished, but because you're full. And now, we slow everything down. The monk, that quiet figure you've walked with, sits once again in the hermitage's shadow. He's older now, though you'd never know by looking. His robe is still plain, his eyes still soft, but something within him has shifted in ways no language could catch. He rests with his back against the cool wall, eyes half-lidded. Around him, bamboo sways in half-sleep. The tea, though long cooled, still carries the faint warmth of ginger. He remembers the bird, not just its death, but its gaze, that brief communion, the shared breath before the end. And in that memory, he feels not sadness, but a strange, glowing peace. Everything had come together in that one moment, his path. The rain, the soil, the gaze, the burial, the silence, all arising from causes, and now, all gently fading, like this story. You may feel your body growing heavier now, softened by stillness. Let that be okay. Let your mind curl like smoke, trailing loosely through dreams. Let your breath slow, long and wide. The monk continues his walk, always walking, no destination, just forward, into the next breath, into the next cloud, into you, if you'll have him. Because in the end, Zen isn't something you reach, it's something you remember in stillness, in silence, in the gaze of a tiny sparrow just before it lets go. The wind still carries the hush of Javanese bamboo, and the monk's quiet footsteps fade with the sparrow's final breath. As the jungle thins, and the soft teachings of compassion flutter behind like fallen petals, your mind drifts eastward across archipelagos, across time until the warm plains of ancient Bagan unfold before you, golden and buzzing with life. Here, where the Irrawaddy River snakes like a slow-moving thought, a different journey begins. Not that of a monk this time, but of a merchant wealthy in silk, but not yet in wisdom. The sun rests just above the horizon as the merchant tightens the leather strap across his woven bundles. The scent of tamarind and warm stone lingers in the air, mingling with the earthy tang of dust kicked up by carts ahead. He is a silk man, known in the markets of Bagan for his fine imported threads dyed crimson, indigo, turmeric gold, and for his uncanny ability to sense a noble woman's taste before she even opens her mouth. But he is not in the market today. Not under the white umbrellas, or beneath the Bodhi trees where coins clink like wind chimes. Today, he journeys eastward, toward a sleepy town where the governor's daughter is to be wed, and where his silk's rumor says will fetch thrice their price. That is, if the oxen don't grow stubborn, if the sky doesn't grow strange, if karma doesn't stir. He walks beside his mule cart, sandals biting into calloused heels, the wheels creaking in a rhythm older than ambition. Each step crunches over cracked clay and broken promise. Ahead, the road hums with heat and shimmering illusions, mirages made of sweat and yearning. To the merchant, the road is just a ribbon between two prophets, but the road sees otherwise. A barefoot boy runs past, chased by laughter and a dog missing half an ear. In his haste, the boy bumps into the merchant's cart just lightly and is gone in a blink. But the merchant's brow knits, not out of pain, out of suspicion. He checks his bundles. Still tied, still sealed, still his. Karma doesn't always ring a bell. Sometimes it taps your cart and vanishes. By noon, the road grows lonelier, fewer travelers, just the crunch of pebbles, the groan of wood, and the faint buzz of insects who've never heard of interest rates. The merchant hums under his breath an old tune, probably learned from a wet nurse long forgotten, and pulls his scarf tighter against the glare. A man appears ahead, thin as a reed, draped in faded cloth. A beggar, surely. The merchant sighs audibly, as if the presence of need is an inconvenience. The beggar carries no bowl, just a look soft, unreadable, empty as morning fog. They cross paths, no words, just a pause in the air, barely long enough to register. The beggar's eyes meet the merchant's for half a breath, then shift to the road. The merchant walks on. He has sales to make, silk to trade, silver to count. Behind him, the beggar sits down slowly in the dust, legs folded like broken reeds, gaze fixed on nothing. Birds wheel above in lazy spirals. The mule stumbles. A pebble, nothing serious. The merchant curses under his breath and slaps its flank gently. He doesn't connect the stumble to the beggar. Of course, that would be silly. Karma isn't a ghost story. It's just balance, and balance takes time. By late afternoon, the heat breaks like a fever. The clouds gather, silent and slow, as if weighing their options. The merchant wipes his brow and squints at the sky. He should reach the village by dusk, maybe even before the night drums begin. If he hurries, but the road curves and the wheel sticks. He kneels to inspect it, mud caked between spokes, tight as gilt. He digs with a stick. Minutes pass. The wheel groans again, then moves. Progress resumes. Only now he's not alone. A woman walks behind him. Her head is covered. Her steps are steady. She hums a lullaby the merchant hasn't heard since childhood. He turns. She smiles, walks past. No words. His heart skips, then steadies. Strange. The road plays tricks. By evening, the air tastes like lightning, not yet striking, just brooding, just watching. The merchant finds a clearing and decides to rest. He lays a blanket, eats a few salted plums, sips water from a clay jug. He counts his bolts of silk, still there, still rich in color, still untouched. He sleeps with one eye open. In his dream, the beggar is weaving, not silk, but moments, pausing the loom to tie threads of memory, fragments of things the merchant forgot, a stolen pair, a broken promise, the echo of a child crying outside his gate. The beggar hums the lullaby. He wakes before dawn. The mule is restless. The silk bundles are damp with dew. He resumes his journey. The town is near now. He can smell the wood smoke, hear the faint thrum of market stalls being raised, drums in the distance. Anticipation rises silver, handshakes, the nod of a satisfied governor. But then he sees it, a figure ahead, collapsed on the road. He hurries, approaches. It's the beggar, breathing shallow, eyes closed. The merchant stops, looks down. A choice flickers behind his ribs. Walk past, arrive early, sell well, forget, or stop. Weigh the moment, shift the thread. A cart rattles in the distance. Another merchant. Time is pressing, but the beggar's chest rises barely. His hand, curled and dusty, opens slightly, as if asking nothing. The merchant kneels, gives water, just a sip, just enough. The beggar doesn't wake, but the merchant feels something. Not gratitude, not relief, something quieter, like a weight lifting or settling. He stands, dusts his knees. The road continues, and so does he. The morning stretches ahead like old parchment, creased with roads, smudged with choices. The merchant walks now with a little less hurry, a little less calculation in his breath. The mule, oddly, is calmer too, as if even beasts of burden recognize when a thread has shifted. The town is close. The hills flatten into low scrub. Bamboo fences rise like ribs. A woman balances a clay pot on her head. Children chase one another in clouds of laughter. A thin column of smoke marks the center where market stalls bloom, early morning voices rising like incense. But the merchant hesitates. Something tugs at the back of his neck. Not pain, not fear, a memory. The beggar's breath, the way his hand opened, slow and silent. It sits now behind the merchant's eyes, like a forgotten proverb, one that only makes sense once you've ruined something. He arrives before the governor's hall, silks unfurled, bundles opened like offerings. The guards glance at him, then at his wares. One nods, and in moments, he's inside, kneeling on smooth tiled floors, silk spread like a rainbow across lacquered wood, crimson for passion, gold for power, indigo for mystery. He's done this before, many times, but when the governor appears tall, adorned in amber robes, eyes like polished teak, the merchant stumbles slightly over his words, offers the silks, describes their origins, promises the color won't fade, not even in rain or grief. The governor's daughter peeks from behind a curtain, just a flutter of a glance, barely a second, but the merchant sees her. She wears simple cotton, white, no jewels, no bracelets, just a quiet gaze that cuts through display and polish. She points to a bolt of rough-spun silk, undyed, natural, soft as cloud. The merchant hadn't planned to sell that one. It was extra, back up, nothing flashy. The governor nods. That one? He says, voice mild as morning tea. We'll take them all, but especially that. Payment follows small, deliberate piles of silver, each coin a soft chime. Gratitude is exchanged. Bows are offered. The merchant feels the weight of profit, but not the usual thrill, just movement, just transaction. He leaves with fewer silks and heavier coin, but the road doesn't pull him back yet. Instead, he wanders. Not far, just to the edge of town, where a crumbling monastery sits, half swallowed by vines. The air is cool here, the silence softer. A bell somewhere in the distance tolls, once then is swallowed by wind. A monk sweeps the path, young, maybe 15, face full of open space. He doesn't speak, just gestures to a stone bench beneath a frangipani tree. The merchant sits, no words, just the shuffle of the broom, the scent of blossoms, the echo of a moment that hasn't happened yet. It rains, not a downpour, not yet. Just the kind of rain that announces itself and smells before sound. Wet earth, green things waking, a drop on the silk-worn sleeve of the merchant's robe, another on the bridge of his nose. The monk keeps sweeping, rain or not. The merchant exhales, thinks of the beggar, the road, the girl in cotton, the silk he didn't mean to sell. Karma isn't revenge. It isn't cosmic punishment. It's return, ripple, echo. What we leave behind curling around to greet us later, sometimes in disguise. Thunder rolls, but gently. The merchant watches a line of ants carry a petal across a crack in the stone. Their struggle is absurd, beautiful, pointless, enlightening. He laughs. Just once, quietly, a voice behind him. You've come a long way for someone who wasn't lost. The merchant turns. An older monk now, bald, skin wrinkled like rice paper, eyes full of rivers. He sits beside the merchant without waiting for invitation. They watch the rain together. The silk kept you warm, the monk says. But what carried you here wasn't cloth. It was the thread you didn't see. The merchant nods, though he doesn't understand. Later, when the rain thickens, the younger monk brings them tea. Warm, bitter, honest. They sip under the eaves. The merchant speaks. Finally, tells them of the road, the sail, the beggar. The older monk listens, then closes his eyes. Sometimes, he says, karma doesn't come to collect. Sometimes it comes to remind. That night, the merchant sleeps in the monastery, not because he has to, because he wants to. A spare mat, a woven blanket, the faint scent of camphor and rain in the thatched roof above. He dreams of threads, each thread a moment, each moment tied to another, a tapestry too wide to see. He dreams of the beggar, sitting beneath a tree, smiling softly, stitching nothing with invisible thread. The next morning, the merchant rises before the sun, packs his cart, bows to the monks. The older one smiles. There's a village south, he says. They say their children have never touched silk. Strange, isn't it? The merchant doesn't answer. He just turns the cart, southward now. As he leaves, a single coin falls from his pouch, lands near the monastery gate. The young monk picks it up, looks after him, doesn't call out. Some things are meant to be left behind. By midday, the sun returns in full. The merchant hums again, the same lullaby. Only now, he hears it differently. It no longer leads him back to childhood. It leads him forward. The cart rattles. A child waves from the side of the road. He waves back. The road south is narrower, less traveled, winding between groves of tamarind and jackfruit. The kind of places where moss clings to stone and time slows down to match the pace of breath. The merchant's cart bumps over roots and soft ruts, each turn taking him deeper into a quiet he hadn't planned to hear. The silk bundles are lighter now, not just from the sale to the governor, but from something else, from a decision. Maybe from the weight of silver balanced by something less visible, less heavy, more enduring. By late morning, he reaches a village no larger than a dozen homes. No market, no signs, just life unfolding. Slowly, an old woman rinsing rice in a carved wooden bowl. A rooster patrolling its dust. A boy sitting on a stump, humming a tune with no ending. The merchant stops beneath a teak tree. His cart rests in the dappled shade, the mule grateful. He watches for a while, unsure whether to approach. There's nothing here that screams profit. No nobles, no coins clinking in silk pouches. but he feels something in his chest again. That same quiet pull. That same sense that the thread has led him here. He opens the cart, carefully unwraps a bolt of pale silk undyed, soft as fog. A woman steps forward from one of the huts, barefoot, thin arms, eyes like coals wrapped in ash. She looks at the fabric and then at him. "We don't buy," she says. "I don't sell," he replies, surprising even himself. She raises an eyebrow, then reaches out. Her fingers brush the silk like it's not real, like it might vanish. She doesn't ask for more. She just nods and walks back into her hut, the fabric in her hands, like a sunrise folded up. The next few hours pass in strange rhythm. One child comes, then another, a man with a limp, an old couple, a group of women who sit weaving mats and pause to whisper. He gives away 3 bolts, then 4, not as gifts, not as trade, just because no one thanks him. No one bows. No one asks why. Which is the most peaceful thing of all? Around mid-afternoon, a boy brings him a bowl of rice and mango, says nothing, leaves it beside the cart, and walks off. The merchant eats slowly, each bite soaked in silence, sweet, starchy, grounding. A breeze lifts the hem of his robe. He thinks of Bagan, of coins, of the governor's polished hall, of the beggar's open hand, of the monks sweeping under rain. Then the thought fades. He rests beneath the tree, listens to bamboo creak, birds gossiping in the canopy, the cart's wheel ticking gently as it shifts. The road waits, but it no longer demands. At sunset, the village sings, no instruments, just voices, rising and falling like breath. The merchant doesn't join, he just listens, arms crossed, eyes half closed. He stays the night in a small hut offered by a man with one eye and no words. The bed is straw. The blanket smells of smoke and lavender. He sleeps dreamlessly. And in the morning, without plan, without hurry, he walks away, not toward any city, not toward gold, just into the road. The wheel creaks. The mule steps forward. The thread continues. The wind down begins gently, as if your breath and the merchant's have synchronized. His figure grows smaller now, disappearing around the bend, where banyan roots grip the road like gentle fingers. The sun softens. You linger in the stillness, letting the dust settle behind his cart, feeling the lesson unfurl like silk in warm hands. What is given returns, what is withheld waits, and karma quiet. Watchful moves not with punishment, but with rhythm. You're no longer on the road. You are the road, curved, worn, patient. Each step in your life, each word, each silence is part of a vast pattern of echoes. Like the monk said, not all karma comes to collect. Some arrives to remind, some arrives to release. Let yourself release. Release the coin you didn't mean to hold so tightly. Release the grudge stitched into yesterday. Release the urgency to arrive. There is no market to impress, no governor to persuade. There is only the slow unfolding of the present moment, like soft fabric across your shoulders. Feel it, The weightlessness, the soft return, your body resting, your breath long and gentle, the road unhurried beneath you, the thread still weaving. The silk merchant's footsteps still echo faintly on that dusty road through Bagan, his lesson on karma stitched quietly into your thoughts like golden thread in old fabric. Now, the snow is falling, soft, relentless, heavy as silence. It heaps against the wooden beams of your lonely inn, tucked into the folds of a mountain pass in medieval Japan. You live here, alone, like moss on an unused path. And while the winds shift, the seasons roll by, and merchants vanish from the trails, you remain keeping a fire alive no one asks for, warming rooms no one enters. You are the innkeeper, not the bustling kind, not anymore. Once, this house echoed with laughter, clinking cups, rustling silks. Now, even the mice have learned not to expect scraps. You rise before dawn every day, slide open the creaking front doors, and bow, out of habit, not to anyone in particular, just the empty world. You sweep. You brew weak tea. You heat rice for a guest who never comes. A ritual. A performance for no audience. You've done it so long, you don't even question it anymore. But this morning, you pause. There's a sound crunch. Crunch. Crunch approaching through the thick snow. You tilt your head. It's not the wind. You step outside into the gray haze, a figure slowly climbing the hill. Brown robes, bare feet crusted with half-frozen mud. A monk. He walks like someone who has nowhere to go and nowhere to be except here. You meet him at the threshold. He says nothing, just bows, and then waits, as if permission to enter is a formality you still hold power to grant. You nod, stepping aside. He slips inside, shedding no snow despite the storm. You gesture toward the brazier. He kneels beside it. Still, no words. You bring him tea, thin and bitter. He drinks it like nectar. You realize you haven't spoken aloud in 2 days. Clearing your throat, you ask, "Long journey." He looks up, eyes mild. Only if one believes in distance. You blink. There's no smirk, no cleverness, just stillness. He could be talking about kilometers or karma. You don't know yet. He doesn't ask for food, but you bring him rice. He eats in silence, chewing slowly, like someone listening inwardly. You find yourself matching his pace. That night, after you roll out bedding, he says simply, "Are you suffering?" You almost laugh. Your knees hurt when it rains. Your money pouch is thin. You chop firewood for an inn that hasn't seen a guest in weeks. Your heart is heavy and slow, but no one's ever asked you like that before. Not pitying, not dramatic, just curious. You nod once. He doesn't speak again. In the morning, you make breakfast for 2. The monk stays for 3 days. He says very little, and yet somehow the silence fills the room like incense. He sweeps the porch. mends a sagging gutter, hums sometimes while feeding sparrows. It isn't service, it's presence. He doesn't offer advice, but on the second evening, as steam rises from the bathwater you both heated, he says, "The first noble truth is that suffering exists." You wait for more. He says nothing. And still, you understand something. Not intellectually, not yet, but you feel a tug somewhere behind your ribs. Later, after he's fallen asleep, you stare at the rafters and say the words to yourself. Suffering exists, not only in war or illness or loss, but in ordinary days. In dust gathering where laughter once lived, in the echoing clack of a tea bowl set down without company. On the third morning, he's gone. He leaves behind no coins, no gift, just a single note tucked under your kettle. If you want to know the second truth, follow the path to Mount Hoshin, South Trail, travel light. You read it 4 times. Then you hang it above the brazier, make breakfast, sweep the floor, stare at the snow falling in gentle curtains, and finally, you kneel, pack 2 rice balls, a spare pair of socks, and the lucky charm your mother gave you. You tie the bundle tightly, stand up slowly. The inn stays behind you. Door open. Fire gently crackling in its hearth. The trail south is steep. You pass old milestones and whispering pines. The air is clean, cold, biting your lungs with each breath. You're not young anymore. You wonder what the monk meant by travel light. Your knees already regret not asking. A day passes, then another. You sleep curled beneath fallen branches, cooking rice slowly over tiny fires. At times, you miss your tatami mat, your little brazier, the quiet rhythm of lonely chores. But something else stirs in you, a lightness, perhaps. The kind that only shows itself when you've left everything you know behind. On the third day, a fox watches you from a ridge. It doesn't flee, just blinks slowly, as if you are not a threat, but neither a curiosity. Just another tired creature walking through the snow. Later, you stumble across a mossy stone with old carvings. Hoshin Temple, 1 rai. You follow. By dusk, the trees part to reveal a worn gate, half swallowed by ivy. Tiles cracked, bell leaning to one side. The temple is not grand. It is quietly crumbling, but warm light flickers inside. The monk is there, tending a pot over coals. He sees you, nods, and gestures wordlessly. You step inside. You are no longer the innkeeper. Not here. Time changes shape within temple walls. You wake with the sun, sweep the halls, wash rice, mend sandals. A steady loop of actions, each one ordinary, each one sufficient. No guests to impress, no money to count. And slowly, you begin to feel a shift. One evening, while scrubbing soot from a kettle, you ask, "What is the second truth?" The monk says, "Suffering has a cause." You nod, but you want more. So you ask, "What cause?" He looks at you with the faintest hint of a smile, craving, clinging, wanting what is, wanting what isn't. He doesn't explain, doesn't break it down, just goes back to scraping the kettle. But the words stick. That night, in your little corner of straw and blankets, you lie awake and let your thoughts unravel. All the times you wanted more guests, better weather, richer tips. All the times you gripped your routines like rope in a storm. All the quiet aches you mistook for inevitability. Clinging, you whisper the word and let it melt into your breath. Outside, snow turns softly to rain. A week passes. One day, while collecting fallen firewood, you find yourself laughing at the shape of a root. It looks like a cat mid-leap. You hold it up to the monk. He chuckles. You place it by the door like a guardian. That night, as the wind howls faintly through the shutters, you dream of your old inn. Not out of longing, just a soft memory. You wake smiling. The monk across the room murmurs you're beginning to see. You blink. See what that craving never ends until you stop feeding it. You say nothing, but something inside you, some knot loosens. You stir the coals. He pours tea. The night deepens gently around you. The snow has thinned. Each morning now, the temple roof drips slowly in the sunlight, and little green shoots dare to appear between stones. Your back still aches. Your knees still complain. But your breath comes easier these days, and your steps are steadier. You spend your mornings sweeping. The broom glides over wooden planks like a soft wind over dry fields. It's not about cleaning anymore. It's a rhythm, a moving stillness. The monk rarely speaks unless you ask something directly, but you've stopped needing explanations. You've begun to notice the teachings hiding in the silence, like the way he folds his robe slow, deliberate, without fuss, or how he always places the teacup down without a sound, or the way he watches the plum tree each morning, as if it's the only tree he's ever seen. You start watching it too. One morning, after the wind has shaken the petals loose, you mutter, "So beautiful." He says, "Yes," then adds, "And already gone." You blink. The words sting a little, but not in the way you expect. It's a quiet sting, like the cold when you first plunge your hands into water. You begin to forget the dates. You don't know how long you've been here. A few weeks, a season. It doesn't matter. You chop daikon. You watch the sky shift. You meditate at first awkwardly, then with growing familiarity. You burn your tongue on hot miso and learn not to rush. You wake up before dawn, not because you must, but because it feels natural now. Each small task reveals something. One day, while pulling weeds near the garden's edge, you uncover a piece of broken pottery. Faint blue lines swirl along its side, a half-forgotten design. You almost toss it away, but then you stop. You rinse it. You set it near the altar. It catches sunlight in a way the whole bowl never did. The monk begins giving you more space. He leaves you lists of chores, but never checks your work. He disappears into the forest for long walks, returning with bundles of herbs or stories he doesn't always tell. One afternoon, he returns carrying a lantern, old, dented, soot-stained. He hangs it outside the meditation hall, where light rarely reaches. You raise an eyebrow. He shrugs. Sometimes, even the shadows need something to follow. That night, you sit under that lantern and stare at the distant mountains. A breeze stirs your robes. You feel heavy and light at the same time. Days pass like clouds shifting, dissolving. You stop expecting things. You just do them. You no longer hope the daikon will taste sweeter. You no longer wait for some secret teaching. You no longer ache for the inn, or even mourn its emptiness. And in that strange letting go, something softens. You begin to notice things the way moss forms a crescent near the temple bell, the soft sigh of the firewood when it gives way, the tiniest spider spinning in the corner by the rice barrel. Everything seems to whisper the same thing. This, too, is enough. One morning, while preparing rice, you ask, "Is this the third truth?" The monk, slicing burdock root nearby, doesn't look up. The third, you nod. That suffering can end. He finally looks at you, blade pausing midair. Sometimes, yes. When one stops stirring the pot, you both laugh. Not because it's a great joke, but because it's true. You realize you've had entire days now without that old ache in your chest, that restlessness, that quiet inner reaching. It's not gone forever, but it's quieter. Like a dog that used to bark all night now, choosing to sleep under the porch. You haven't changed your life. You've only changed how tightly you hold it. A traveling nun stops by the temple one evening. She brings dried mushrooms and a cracked flute. You host her like the old days, pouring tea, sweeping the steps, checking her bedding. But there's no performance in it, just care. Over dinner, she asks what brought you here. You look at the monk. He nods for you to speak. You shrug. I ran out of ways to run. She smiles. Then you were ready. She plays the flute before bed. The notes are shaky, wind-blown, not beautiful by any trained ear. But they carry something, the feeling of someone standing barefoot in cold grass, alone, unafraid. You sleep deeply. The next day, the nun leaves. Before she goes, she says to you, "Every pot has a crack. That's where the steam escapes." You nod. It makes sense, in a way that doesn't need to be explained. The monk begins teaching you how to chant, not because you need the words, but because you need the breath, the rhythm, the feeling of your voice vibrating through the bones of your face. At first you chant timidly, your voice brittle like old paper, but slowly it deepens. You start feeling the chant in your belly, It's not about belief. It's about being. One morning, your voice carries through the trees. Birds go silent, then resume. The monk smiles. You don't ask for approval. You don't need it anymore. Spring has come. For real this time. The trees are blushing green. Bees hum like tiny monks with wings. The temple smells of fresh rain and boiled nettles. You find a stray cat sleeping in your robe. You don't chase it off. It follows you for days, then disappears. You don't mourn it. Just leave out a bowl of water, just in case. One morning, while lighting incense, the monk says, "Do you still suffer?" You pause, then reply, "Not in the same way." He nods. You both sip tea. Outside, the plum tree releases its last petal. You dream one night of your old inn. It is empty, but not lonely. Dust motes float in sunlight. The door is open. The firewood is stacked. The brazier glows. A young traveler enters. He calls out, but you are not there, and that feels okay. You wake up smiling a few days later. While scrubbing the temple floor, you find a worn carving beneath the altar. Faint, nearly erased 4 lotus petals around an empty circle. You trace it with your finger. The monk walks by, notices your gaze. That was my teacher's mark. What does it mean? Nothing. And everything. You chuckle. He doesn't. You begin spending more time in the garden. Not weeding, not harvesting, just being. Watching bees, wind, shadows. You find yourself humming. One afternoon, as clouds roll over the hills, you whisper suffering exists. Suffering has a cause. Suffering can end. The breeze picks up. You close your eyes. And in that moment, you feel it, not the absence of pain, but the absence of resistance. It is a quiet peace, one you didn't earn or fight for. One that arrived when you finally stopped searching. The monk begins packing. You don't ask why. You help him fold his robe, tie up the bundle. He places a single stick of incense at the altar, bows. You bow too. At the threshold, he pauses. You ready? For what he smiles. Points to the broom leaning against the wall. To sweep. Then he walks into the dawn. And you are left with the morning. You pick up the broom. You begin. The days roll on, like mist curling through the cedars. You sweep. You stir rice. You sit in silence. The air is softer now, the scent of rain mixing with plum blossom and cedar sap. The breeze that once bit now brushes, gentler somehow, like it too, has learned to let go. A traveler comes through one morning young, red-cheeked, with eyes full of road and hunger. You greet him calmly, as if he'd always been expected. He doesn't bow, doesn't even remove his shoes until you nudge your chin toward the doorway. He laughs nervously, then obeys. You serve tea without words. He drinks it too fast, scalds his tongue, laughs again. You offer pickled radish. Later, while drying his sleeves near the brazier, he says, "You live here alone?" You nod. He asks, "Aren't you lonely?" You pause, think, consider saying yes, just to keep things familiar. But the answer doesn't fit. You shake your head. He looks around, frowns, but nothing happens here. You sip your tea, the heat, the earthy flavor, the steam winding into your sinuses, you taste it all. You say, everything happens here. He blinks, then shrugs and changes the subject. By the time he leaves, you've given him a rice ball and a small bell. He doesn't ask what it's for, just bows and walks on. You watch him disappear down the trail and wonder how many times you once rushed past such stillness. The next morning, you return to the meditation hall early, even before the first bird song. The cushion greets you like an old friend. Your knees protest, but your breath settles. The floor creaks beneath your weight. You count the inhale, feel the exhale. The world begins to thin. Your thoughts flicker like candlelight behind paper screens. It's here, in this hush, that something new stirs. Not a vision, not a breakthrough, just a question, a soft wondering. What would life be like if you didn't carry the firewood of yesterday's fears? The thought floats past, light and without hooks. You let it drift, but its warmth lingers. Later, while splitting logs, you remember a guest at your old inn years ago, maybe decades. He told you that peace was something to be earned through sacrifice and labor, that the world owed you nothing. Back then, you agreed. Now, you just smile, because peace isn't earned. It's revealed, like a bowl of still water that only shows the moon once the ripples fade. The monk does not return. Weeks pass, then months. You keep a place for him. You sometimes catch yourself listening for his sandals in the gravel path. But the ache is light. It doesn't cling. His absence has its own presence now, like an empty bowl that still carries warmth from the rice it once held. You begin reading the old scrolls he left behind. Nothing elaborate, just notes, sayings, half-thoughts, some written clearly, others scratched hastily in the margins. You find a passage circled twice. The eightfold path is not a ladder, but a circle drawn in sand. You think about that for days. Right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. None of them rigid, none of them final, just directions, reminders, ways of stepping forward without grabbing at the path itself. You sit longer in the mornings now, sweep slower, eat mindfully. You feel the difference not in results, but in your relationship to each act. Like you're no longer living towards something. You're just living. One evening, you find a small girl at the gate. Her sandals are too big. Her hair is a mess of twigs and wind. She doesn't speak. You give her soup. She sleeps by the fire. By morning, she's gone. But on your step, she's left a tiny woven charm. Grass blades a bit of red string. You keep it by your cushion. You never see her again. A man with a twisted foot hobbles in weeks later. You wash his blistered heel. He cries not from pain, but from the way you pour warm water over it without judgment. He stays for 3 nights, then leaves. People come now, sometimes. Just a few. Word must have spread, but they don't stay long. You don't ask them to. The temple is not a destination. It's a space. You've become the quiet between questions, the tea between sentences. One misty morning, while walking the outer path, you see the plum tree. Its branches are bare now, but you know they'll bloom again. They always do. You remember the monk's words. Suffering exists. Suffering has a cause. Suffering can end. And the 4th, you think of your hands brushing rice in the cold water, of lighting the brazier before dawn, of breathing deeply with no agenda, the path that leads away from suffering. You are already on it. You've been walking it longer than you realized. One night, you dream again of your old inn. This time, there's a fire, not consuming, just warming the rooms. You are there, but not as the innkeeper, just as a traveler. Passing through, you make tea. Sit by the door. The wind outside carries snow and laughter. Inside, the stillness glows. And when you wake, that same stillness clings to your robe like dew. You sit once more in meditation. It is early. The world is not yet fully awake. You hear the faint whistle of a bird, the shift of light behind your eyelids, the pulse of your own presence. You let it all be. And in that being, something gentle breaks. Not dramatically, not in fireworks, more like frost melting under first sun. The part of you that once reached, grasped, braced against the cold, it slips off like an old coat. You are still here. Only lighter. You stand slowly. Stretch. You place tea on the altar. You step outside, and the morning meets you without expectation. You are not special. You are not enlightened. You are simply awake, like the world itself. Now, the fire has dimmed. Let the coals settle. Let the breath soften. There's no more to do. You've traveled from winter silence to the edge of spring, from an empty inn to an open path. The teachings weren't loud. They never are. They arrived like snowflakes, soft, slow, quiet enough to be missed unless you sat still. So now, sit still. Feel the weight of your body, supported by the earth. Feel the breath, how it enters without force, how it leaves without sorrow. Let the spine lengthen. Let the shoulders drop. The 4 noble truths are not ancient relics. They are footsteps in fresh snow, waiting to be followed. Not to some temple far away, but back to the space within you that already knows how to be at peace. Even if you forget, the path remains. Even if you fall asleep, the wind still carries its lessons. So sleep now. Let go of the firewood. Let go of the inn, the guests, the memories. Let the tea steam fade. The monk is not gone. He is in the silence, in the way the door opens gently, in the pause between thought and breath. Close your eyes. The plum tree will bloom again. The wind will return, and you, too, will rise light, unburdened and quietly free. And just as the innkeeper bows to the spring winds curling beyond her shutters, halfway across the world, where Himalayan peaks guard silence like ancient scrolls, a young farmer is waking beneath a gauzy quilt of fog. The rice fields stretch wide across the hills, dew-kissed and luminous in the morning mist. The mountain air still tastes like night cold, herbal, slightly sweet, as if the fog carries the breath of old monks muttering mantras in dreams. A narrow path, just wider than your feet, snakes between emerald steps, each terrace filled with trembling reflections of the sky. A rooster groans somewhere out of view, then gives up. You move quietly, your boots damp, your mind not yet noisy. Today begins like any other. The young farmer? Yes, that's you. For now moves between rows. Your hand brushing over shoots barely taller than a thumb. You carry a woven basket slung over your back, light with tools and seeds, but heavier with thoughts you haven't named. The sky is soft, too soft. You hear the distant creak of a cartwheel, but there's no cart, only the creaking, and then a sudden flutter of birds from a pine nearby. You look up. On the edge of your topmost terrace stands a figure, still as stone. A man, or maybe a memory. He wears saffron, faded by rain and years. His beard is uneven, like it stopped growing halfway through a story. He leans on a walking stick carved from some pale, knotty root. His eyes are not young, but they are not old either. They look like they've forgotten what age means. You blink, and he nods, as though you'd been expecting him. You weren't. He speaks little, but he gestures. You offer him tea without words. He sits beneath a crooked cypress, and you squat beside him, both facing a flooded patch of earth, where dragonflies scribble invisible scriptures above the water. The old man watches. You watch him. He watches the mud. You break the silence. You ask him if he's going somewhere. He says, "Only here." You blink again. What a strange answer. But it sits in your chest like a pebble dropped in a bowl. He tells you, softly, that many years ago he lived in these fields before they were terraced, when the land had no steps and no one wore boots. Before you were born, before your father sowed his last seed, before the name of your village was changed to something easier for officials. He speaks like water leaking slowly from a cracked jar. You don't quite know if he's telling you something or asking. Then he points to your hand, to the cut on your thumb from yesterday's sickle work. "Does it hurt?" he asks. You shrug. A little. He nods. "It always does." What a strange man. What a strange thing to say. You try not to fidget. He pulls a reed from the ground and twirls it between his fingers. When I was young, he murmurs, I thought pain was the problem. He chuckles softly. But pain is just the invitation. You tilt your head to what he looks at you. His gaze feels like a lake you didn't realize was there. To see. You glance at your finger again. You feel the dull sting, the heat returning to it. You hadn't noticed. And just like that, he starts to talk, not like a monk giving a sermon, not like a teacher feeding lessons, but like the wind talking to leaves. He speaks of dukkha, the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, not just stubbing your toe or losing your cow, not just war or famine or heartbreak, but the aching hum underneath it all, the slight dissatisfaction, like rice cooked a shade too long. You look around. The fields are beautiful. The birds are singing. Your legs are strong. You're young, healthy, with enough coin in your jar to buy mustard oil twice a month. Why speak of suffering now? But then your eyes rest on your neighbor's crumbling wall, on the wrinkled sack that barely holds grain, on the limp sunflower by your door. On the way, the mist never quite leaves the valley, on how each joy you've ever known has also whispered this too will pass. He does not ask you to be sad. He simply asks you to notice. Your stomach rumbles. The wind picks up. He reaches into his robe and offers you a piece of dried apricot. It tastes like childhood, like your grandfather's beard, like stories you'd forgotten. You both sit there, chewing quietly, letting the morning unfold like rice paper in slow water. He tells you of a prince, not a rich storybook prince, but one who saw an old man for the first time and couldn't unsee him, who saw sickness, death, a monk walking without fear, and then left everything. The palace, the robes, the feast. You think about leaving, about what that means, but you look down at your hands, calloused and earthy, and you wonder if you've already left something behind without knowing. The clouds part, the sun pours in, thick like honey. You see steam rising off the terraces, insects buzzing louder. Somewhere, a goat bleats. Life is happening. And yet, there is this stillness. The hermit stands. You follow without knowing why. He leads you past the stone pile where you once buried a broken hoe, past the mango tree struck by lightning last summer, past the shrine with a white thread tied in careful knots. You walk for hours, it seems, but never leave the terraces. The world shifts slightly. Your breath grows slower. You notice the rhythm of your soles hitting the soil, how the air tastes different in shade, how your thoughts arrive more slowly, like birds, unsure if they want to land. The hermit pauses at a pond where buffalo drink. You sit again. He tells you about the little boxes people build inside themselves, ideas of how things should be, and how those boxes eventually become coffins. You swallow hard. He says, "Nothing is wrong with the pond, but try to hold the reflection. and you'll lose the water. You breathe. You nod. He tells you the first truth is not meant to scare. It's not a pessimistic cry, not a cry at all, just a mirror, a soft candle held to the wall of your days. See it clearly, and suddenly things begin to rearrange themselves. The frog croaks, the clouds pass again. You return home in time for lunch. The hermit vanishes behind a prayer flag. You don't ask questions. That night, as you sip lentil soup and hear your uncle snores from the loft, you feel something unspoken vibrating behind your ribs. Not an answer, not even a clear question, but a kind of gentle pressure, like the earth itself is nudging you towards something you forgot. The fire crackles. Your breath steadies. A farmer sleeps, but something in him is awake. By the time the sun begins its slow climb the next morning, a steady patter of rain has already softened the soil beneath your doorway. Thin sheets of water spill down from the terraced ledges like silk scarves dropped from the sky. The air smells of earth and onion shoots, and of something else, something colder, deeper. You pull your shawl tighter and step outside. Your sandals sink slightly with each footfall. The path that yesterday carried your thoughts in silence now sucks at your toes and asks you to pay attention. The clouds are thicker today, but the birds are louder. You find yourself walking toward the pond again, not because the hermit asked, not because of any clear reason, but because your feet seem to remember something your mind does not. You think about the way he looked at your finger yesterday. The cut's almost closed now, a faint brown line at the edge of your thumb. And yet the question, does it hurt, keeps echoing. Near the bamboo grove, where the narrowest terrace hugs the hillside like a sleeping cat, you spot a figure. He's sitting cross-legged, his robe soaked but not dripping. He looks completely at ease. You envy that. You join him, reluctantly. You don't speak. He doesn't either. For a while, you both just listen to the rain slide through the reeds and whisper across the palms of the banana trees below. Then, just as your spine begins to loosen and your mind starts trying to name the insects humming nearby, he speaks. Craving is not the problem, he says. Not seeing the craving is... You blink. Not quite a hello, but here we are again. He turns to you with the smallest smirk, the kind that seems stitched by crows on an autumn wind. You ate mango pickle yesterday, he says, as though it's part of a sutra. You nod. It was sour, bright, too strong. You had craved it. It made your tongue ache. Then it was gone. And this morning, he continues. What did you want? You open your mouth to reply. You wanted warmth. You wanted dry sandals. You wanted the rain to stop. You wanted, without really knowing you were wanting. He nods again, satisfied. Second truth, he says. We suffer because we want what isn't here, or we cling to what was. You glance toward your field. The rain will delay planting. Some seedlings may rot. Your tools will rust. You sigh without meaning to. He chuckles softly. See wanting again? A mosquito buzzes near your ear. You swat, miss. You feel the sting of irritation, a tiny one, but it flickers through your whole body. Even this, he says. This little flicker, it begins with wanting things to be other than they are. You lean back against a stone, listening. He tells you a story, not like a tale with heroes and drums, but something older, quieter. A monk once grew vegetables in silence. Every day, he picked worms from the cabbages and placed them gently on the path. But one day, tired and cold, he crushed one underfoot without thought. That night, he dreamed of the worm's voice, not accusing him, not blaming, but simply asking, "What changed in you today?" The monk woke weeping. You feel a chill that has nothing to do with the rain. The hermit's stories always feel like memories you've borrowed. He goes on, describing how desire isn't just for riches or feasts. It can be the craving to be understood, to be praised, to be left alone, even the wish to be wiser. Yes, even that is still a thread tying you to dissatisfaction. You look at your hands again. How many times have you clenched them without knowing? The hermit places a small object between you, a river stone, smooth and gray. He says nothing. You pick it up. It's warm from his skin. You place it in your palm, then clutch it. Hold it tight. You wait. Nothing happens. Then he says, "Now let it go." You open your hand. The stone is still there, but your fingers are relaxed. It feels lighter. That's the difference, he says. Not in the stone, in you. A hawk circles above, tracing wet arcs through the sky. You both watch. He tells you of a trader from Bengal, years ago, who lost everything in a fire grain. Coin, camel, maps, names. He wandered for months, thin and bitter. Then one morning, beside a river, he heard laughter, children playing with pebbles. No one had taught them sorrow yet. The trader sat down and wept, not because he was sad, but because something inside him had unclenched. You feel that now, a little unclenching. So small, it might be a trick of the wind, but it's there. You follow the hermit to a patch of wild ginger. He points out the blossoms curling under the leaves, hidden from plain sight. Not all growth is loud, he says. Not all healing is seen. The rain slows. The sun starts peeking through like a child behind a curtain. You both sit again. This time, near the shrine, you notice the prayer flags fluttering above you. One thread torn loose, dancing erratically. He says, "We cannot force the wind. We cannot demand stillness, but we can notice the rope we're tugging on." You think of your uncle's harsh words last week, of the way you walked away, fists curled, chest tight, of how the echo of that conversation still stirs whenever you pass his door. You ask, what if the wanting is too strong? He shrugs. Then watch it. Let it dance. Craving wants attention. It wilts without it. He shows you a breath exercise, not fancy, not mystical, just watching. Inhale like the rain. Exhale like the mist leaving the fields. You try. You forget. You try again. Later, when you return home, the sky is clearing. The terraces glisten. Everything is soaked, but nothing feels ruined. You notice a snail climbing a blade of grass. You kneel to watch it for a moment longer than usual. Inside, the hearth crackles. Your mother hums a song you forgot she knew. You eat rice slowly, one grain at a time. That night, you dream of the pond, of the worm, of a rope gently loosening in your chest. You don't wake startled. You wake quiet. The morning arrives, wrapped in cool amber, the kind of light that makes even moss look like gold. You stretch your limbs before the window, and everything feels slower, not sluggish, just less urgent. The fields are damp but peaceful. Your breath feels longer, fuller, like the silence inside a bell. You think of the innkeeper, miles away across land and legend, who last winter found her peace in a bowl of rice and a stranger's forgotten sandals. You smile, just faintly, and lace your boots with a little more care than usual. The hermit isn't at the pond today, nor the shrine. You try not to feel disappointed, but you do. He never promised to stay. No one does. Instead, you walk to the eastern edge of the terraces, past a fallen gate and into the forest beyond, where the trail curls upward toward the old monastery ruins. The earth here smells different pine and firewood, and something colder, like memory. You step carefully. Some stones are loose, but the birdsong here is richer, more layered. You feel as if you're walking into a song you forgot the words to. A prayer wheel leans half buried in the underbrush, worn cymbals clinging to its frame. You pause and spin it once, just once. It creaks. You continue, halfway up the path. You find him, sitting cross-legged beneath a hanging fig tree. He looks even smaller now, almost part of the moss. His robe is dry, as if the forest refused to wet him. He opens one eye and smiles. Ready, he asks, not waiting for your reply. You sit. This time, your knees don't protest. He doesn't begin with words. He begins with breath. Inhale. Exhale. Again. Until the world becomes that simple. When he finally speaks, it's not to teach, but to reflect. When we see the suffering, he says, and we see its root, something begins to loosen. A door appears. You ask, a door to what? He pauses. To the possibility that freedom is here. Now, he speaks of Nirodha, the third noble truth, the end of suffering, not in the sense of wiping pain off the face of the earth, but the quiet power of not being ruled by it. You ask how? He answers with a story. A woman in ancient Lumbini lost her only child to the river. Grief hollowed her. She came to the Buddha, asking for magic, for healing, for her child's return. He told her to find a mustard seed from any house untouched by death. She walked the valley. Each door she knocked on opened with kindness. But every home held loss. A father, a mother, a sibling, a cow. She returned with empty hands, but a heart no longer alone. Her grief hadn't vanished, but it no longer owned her. You sit with that. You think of your own losses, the dog you buried behind the hill, the friend who stopped visiting, the way your father's laugh never returned after that drought. The hermit says, freedom is not escape, it's release. You feel that now. In the spaces between breaths, he begins speaking of the path, not a road with milestones, but a way of being. The eightfold path, not commandments, not laws, but threads woven into daily life. Right view, right intention, right speech. He lists them slowly, like offering herbs. Right livelihood. That one lingers. You think of farming, not for wealth, not for applause, but for nourishment, for harmony. He doesn't test you, doesn't ask if you remember them all. He just walks. You walk beside him. You climb higher. The air thins, but your mind feels spacious. Birds flit between branches, somewhere far below. A goat bleats like a distant bell. You reach a clearing. The ruins of the monastery rest here, arches collapsed into ivy, stones etched with time's soft teeth. He sits beneath an ancient stupa, cracked but still noble. You sit too. He prepares tea. From somewhere in his robe, he pulls leaves jasmine. Maybe. The kettle is a blackened pot. The fire is a whisper. You drink together. He speaks of right mindfulness, of watching your steps, your thoughts, your cravings, not to control them, but to see their dance. You ask, what if I fail? He smiles. Then notice that too. The tea is slightly bitter. You like it more because of that. He tells you a final story. A monk, nearing death, asks what comes next. Another smiles and says, the same thing that's been happening all along. You both chuckle. It doesn't feel morbid. The sky glows now, not with day or night, but that in-between time when shadows stretch like monks in prayer and the wind smells like wood smoke and endings. He stands. You help him without thinking. The walk back is quieter. Even the birds seem to whisper. At your door, you hesitate. He nods once, then continues walking. His figure swallowed by the dusk like a candle drawn into its own flame. You enter, wash your feet, sit by the hearth. You do not speak of what happened. No one asks, but they feel it. The gentleness in your steps, the way your breath fills the silence without crowding it. Later that night, as you lie beneath a woven blanket, you trace the events in your mind, not with urgency, but with warmth. You remember the rain, the pond, the stone, the rope, the tea, the suffering, the craving, the release. You are not enlightened. You are not immune, but you are finally awake. And as sleep curls around your limbs, soft as a prayer shawl, you realize something simple. You are here. You are breathing. You are enough. And now, dear listener, the terraces grow still beneath the moon. A hush blankets the hills, not empty, but full of dreams, of pauses, of seeds not yet sown. The farmer sleeps, as you might now, in the quiet knowledge that not all questions need answering. Not all wounds need hurrying. Rain will come, then sunlight, then rain again, and each moment, like a breath, will rise and fall. The hermit has disappeared back into the trees. Or perhaps he was never fully there, just a whisper borrowed from the deeper part of your own knowing. As your thoughts begin to float, lighter and slower, let them do what clouds do appear. Drift, dissolve. There's nothing to fix here. Nothing to chase. No path to conquer. Even the Four Noble Truths are not commandments. They are like lanterns in the mist, gently lighting what's already within you. Let your breath soften now. Let your shoulders drop. If you find a craving for answers rising, notice it. Smile at it, like a firefly on your palm. It is not meant to be trapped. You are walking your own path now, not towards something, but through it, moment by moment. Let your body melt into the surface below you. Let your ears rest in the quiet between words. Let your heart float without needing direction. And if dreams come, let them come gently. Let the story ripple outward, like tea cooling in a cup. No rush, no resistance, just warmth spreading quietly into the night. Sleep now, not because you must, but because there is nothing left to do. No more striving, no more turning stones for secrets. Just this gentle letting go. And when the young farmer finally sets his wooden hoe down, gazing over the morning mist in the terraced fields, the quiet truth of suffering and its end no longer feels distant. The air is damp with dew, the soil beneath him still warm from the sun's farewell. That's when the monastery bell rings, far away and faint, echoing like a memory across the folds of the Himalayas. You are already awake, not by choice, not quite by restlessness either. It's the kind of early hour where the body is heavy, still curled in some dream of warm rain or cinnamon tea. But the mind is wide open, clear and bright, like a lake before the wind. Something is stirred inside you. A thread has been pulled. And so you rise quietly, carefully, because somewhere deep in your bones, you know the story must continue. The corridor is stone, cold stone, the kind that makes your soles whisper apologies to your knees with every barefoot step, but it's clean, swept just before moonrise, and it smells faintly of burning juniper. You follow the flicker of a lantern, a single flame swaying at the waist of a novice monk not much older than a teenager, his robe clinging to thin shoulders, his steps measured like he's walked this path since before memory. Outside, the monastery clings to the mountainside like a sleeping animal solid, weathered and alive in its stillness. Wooden beams creak just so. The wind slips between prayer flags like a curious cat, lifting corners and revealing nothing. Somewhere in the valley below, a rooster decides it's morning, even though the stars haven't given permission yet. You pass an open courtyard where the flagstones are slick with melted frost. A few older monks already sit in zazen cross-legged, unmoved, their breath barely noticeable, their faces lit by the pale hush of starlight. You hesitate at the edge. You want to be that still. You want to be that calm. But your mind is too awake. It hums with questions and leftover thoughts, like socks from another life tumbling in a dryer of memories. So you keep moving. The prayer hall waits at the end of the corridor. Its doors are older than any story you've heard, thick cedar slabs scarred by decades of mountain winters and hands worn smooth with devotion. The novice pushes them open, and the breath of incense greets you like a warm towel after rain. Inside, cushions aligned with the precision of snowfall. A statue of the Buddha seated, serene, almost amused. No ceremony, no theatrics, just presence, just this. You find a cushion, you sit, and the bell rings again. It's not a loud sound. It's not even a commanding one. It just is. A long, low hum that seems to rise from the floor and crawl up your spine before spilling gently into the quiet of your mind. A cue, not for action, but for stillness. A reminder that the day begins with surrender, not ambition. The chanting begins in the back. One voice, then another, then 20. Each syllable rolls like a stone down a gentle stream. You don't understand the words, some ancient tongue that lived and died before borders were drawn, but you feel them. They brush the walls of your chest, tender and hollow, like wind through bamboo. Your eyes close without your permission. The story of the monastery is being told in breath. The morning unfolds in layers. A bell, a chant, a bowl. The rising sun doesn't so much appear as seep in, dyeing the windows with a soft apricot glow. The monk next to you adjusts slightly, just enough to suggest that even mountains must sometimes stretch. Eventually, the chanting fades, leaving behind an aftertaste of silence. Not absence, but something like the echo of a whisper that once wrapped around a question you never asked aloud. You follow the others to the communal kitchen. Here, the rhythm changes, but the quiet persists. Steam rises from rice pots. Ladles move in slow arcs. You help wash a few metal bowls, letting the warm water soak your fingers as a way to come back into your body. Factoid break. Sure. Did you know most monastic kitchens and Himalayan Buddhist communities are designed not for speed but harmony? No clocks, no timers. Meals are prepared to the rhythm of chants and sunrise. No one speaks unless it's necessary, and necessary in this context is rare. The cooking itself becomes a form of meditation. No rush, no flair, just service. You dry your hands and carry your bowl outside. The novice you followed earlier sits under a pine tree, eating slowly, chewing each grain of rice like it contains a secret. You sit near him, not too close, and do the same. It's the most peaceful breakfast you've ever had, though nothing on the plate would pass a hotel buffet. You think about the young farmer from the fields, his story still warm in your chest. His learning felt noble, like myth. But this morning, this feels real, tangible. The path, it turns out, isn't just about great revelations and sunset-lit fields. It's about cold floors, simple food, and the courage to sit still when the world is begging you to move. As the sun crests the edge of the monastery roof, the flags above begin to flutter in full color. The wind brings the scent of pine and something more elusive, something like patience. You're not sleepy anymore, but you're not fully awake either. You're floating in that in-between state where the world feels kinder, softer, more forgiving. A senior monk walks by. He doesn't look at you, but he knows you're there. He simply nods at the path leading up the hill, the stones just beginning to warm. And you rise. Because this journey, it's far from over. The path up the hill isn't marked. Not really. Just a subtle curve in the grass where feet have passed over decades, wearing down the slope with quiet devotion. You follow it, of course, because that nod from the senior monk wasn't a command. It was an invitation, an open hand held out to your restlessness. The air smells different up here, drier, sharper. The pine gives way to cedar, and the soil is peppered with old prayer stones, their mantras worn smooth by wind and time. You pass a stack of mani stones, each carved with Om Mani Padme Hum, their placement less about perfection, more about persistence. Someone carried each of these here. Someone believed in each line of text. You pause to touch one, half expecting it to be warm. It isn't, but your fingertips tingle anyway. Halfway up the hill, the path bends around a massive boulder. A bird, not a songbird, something throatier, calls out from the branches above. Then immediately regrets the effort and goes quiet. The valley below looks smaller now. The monastery's rooftops like pages of a closed book. At the top, you find it a flat circle of packed earth, bordered by prayer flags strung in a lopsided star. A few monks are there, sweeping. One of them hums while working, off-key but steady. Another one is barefoot in the cold, drawing water from a stone basin with a wooden bowl the size of a salad spinner. This isn't a formal space. No grand shrine, no polished altar, but it pulses with presence. And presence, it turns out, doesn't need polish. You stay to help. A few simple gestures, a fallen branch cleared, a stone aligned, a bowl filled. The older monk with the water bowl chuckles when you try to carry two at once and spill half of it. Slowly, he says. And though it's the only words you'll hear for the next 2 hours, it's somehow enough. Eventually, someone brings rice and fermented greens in wooden trays. You eat under a twisted pine tree, knees tucked in, bowl warm in your lap. A light rain begins to fall, the kind that sounds like someone brushing fabric near your ear. Nobody rushes. Nobody moves to cover up. It's not a problem. It's just another condition, which, by the way, loops us right into a little factoid-dependent origination. In Buddhist thought, nothing exists independently. Everything arises because of causes and conditions. That meal exists because someone grew rice, someone cooked it, someone carried it, and the sky decided not to be too dramatic about the rain. Even your thoughts right now, they're not original. They're a cocktail of memory, environment, posture. Maybe the way that monk looked at you earlier with half a smile and the suggestion that maybe, just maybe, you don't need to figure it all out tonight. After the meal, someone gestures toward a trail descending the far side of the ridge. You go. The descent is easier, quieter. You pass moss-covered stupas and a carved wooden gate with a fraying rope tied across it. A goat watches you from behind a stone wall, blinks once, then loses interest. At the bottom of the slope, there's a low building with a rounded roof and smoke curling from a narrow chimney. The chanting begins again, this time softer, slower, like breath before sleep. You slip inside. It's a calligraphy room. Scrolls line the walls. Ink so faded in places that it looks like ghost handwriting. A table in the center. Small brushes and jars. Bowls of ink the color of storm clouds. A monk with eyebrows like sleeping caterpillars motions you over and hands you a brush. No words. He says, "You wait. Is this a test? No pictures either?" He places a fresh scroll in front of you. The paper is thick, absorbing light. He lights a stick of incense near your hand, then leaves you alone. You dip the brush. You let it hover. And for the first time in years, you move your hand not to create, not to communicate, but just to move, just to see what the movement feels like. Lines bend. Some hesitate. One bold stroke cuts across the center like a river parting land. There is no plan. And that, oddly, feels like relief. You set the brush down. You bow. No one claps. The paper is left to dry on its own terms. Outside, the rain has stopped. You find your way back to the kitchen as the sun begins to lean westward. A kettle sings gently over the hearth. A tray of buttered tea sits waiting. You're not sure it will taste good. It smells like salt and wet wool. But when you sip it, it's perfect. Not because it's delicious, but because it's true. It doesn't pretend to be anything else. You sit near the hearth and watch the steam lift from the surface of your cup. The old monk from the water basin sits beside you. He doesn't speak. He just watches the fire. You do too. And in that moment, you realize something. Karma isn't only about past lives or cosmic justice or dramatic rebirths. Sometimes karma is this. Right here. A quiet moment with someone who sees you without looking, who shares tea without asking, who allows you to exist without explanation. There's something strange and tender about that kind of acceptance. Eventually, your eyes grow heavy, not with sleep, but with softness. Your muscles are warm, your thoughts are low voltage, your breathing has synchronized with the flicker of the flames. The day winds down without announcement. The monks retire one by one. Cushions are stacked. Bowls are rinsed. The fire sighs into embers. You head to your sleeping mat, one of many lined against the far wall of a wooden room that smells faintly of cedar and soap. You lie down. You listen to the wind, the flags outside, the distant hush of a chant that never really ends, just hides beneath the silence, and you wonder not with worry, but with wonder what tomorrow will bring. The sun isn't up yet, but the sky has softened from black to charcoal gray, and the stars have begun their slow retreat into memory. There's no bell this morning, no summons, just the gentle rhythm of a monastery waking itself from the inside out. You're already dressed. You step outside with that particular sense of motion that comes when the world is still asleep. Not rushing, not dawdling, just moving because your body says it's time. The grass is wet. Your breath is visible. Somewhere, an owl trades places with a sparrow. You take the path leading west, the one that curves past the kitchen and disappears behind the row of cypress trees. The monks say it leads to a lookout, one of the highest points on this side of the mountain. A place not for grandeur, but for quiet reckoning. The slope is steeper than you expected. The rocks are loose, and you have to pause once or twice to catch your balance. But something in you keeps going. Not ambition, not even curiosity, just a kind of agreement with the morning itself. You reach the first ridge as light begins to bloom on the horizon. Not sunrise, just a whisper of it. A warning that the world will soon glow. And here, as you stand panting on a rock ledge surrounded by silence thick enough to bite, you begin to feel it. The mind loosens, not all at once, not dramatically, just slightly, like the knot in a shoelace starting to give under warm fingers. You continue climbing. The second ridge is even quieter. No birds, no wind, just you and the sky beginning to soften like butter left near the stove. You begin to forget what you were worried about. You begin to forget what worry even feels like. Everything narrows. Everything expands. The contradiction makes perfect sense. When you finally reach the summit, nothing is waiting for you. No shrine, no statue, no prize, just sky. Sky in every direction. And it's enough. You sit. Not because someone told you to, not because it's the Zen thing to do. You sit because your legs want to, because your spine has never felt more long, because your lungs are full of mountain air, and that feels like some sort of prayer. Below, the valleys stretch like sheets left rumpled on a sleeping giant. You see rivers curling like blue veins. You see rooftops catching firelight from early hearths. You see nothing moving, and yet everything alive. And the thoughts come. Of course they do. They always do. A grocery list. A mistake you made in your second year of university. That thing someone said that made your jaw tighten. The fear that you're not doing enough. Being enough. You see them rise. You watch them float. You let them fall. Factoid time, though it hardly feels like a break from the moment in many Mahayana Buddhist traditions. There's a practice called shikantaza, just sitting. It's not meditation with an object. No mantra. No breath counting. Just being. Just watching the mind do what the mind does. Letting the thoughts pass like clouds over an old temple roof. It's not a shortcut to enlightenment. It's the slow burn. The long road. The one you're on right now. Your foot falls asleep. Your back complains. A hawk circles above. You laugh, but it's so quiet. The sound gets lost before it reaches your own ears. And here's the strange part you don't want to leave. This is the closest you've ever come to feeling nothing and everything at once. But eventually, the sun does rise, and with it, warmth, light, the unignorable fact that the day has officially begun. You stand, stretch, begin the descent. The path down feels different. Same rocks, same slope, but your body is new, or maybe your mind is. Either way, you move with a softness that wasn't there before, like silk folded over itself, like fingers running through wind, halfway down. You meet the old monk, again the one with the bowl, the one who watches fire like it's a friend. He's walking up, slowly, carrying nothing but a scarf and the rhythm of someone who never forgot how to enjoy footsteps. He smiles at you, that same almost smile, and this time, you return it. Back at the monastery, the day is in full swing. A broom swishes against stone. A door creaks open. Someone sneezes. You join in. No grand return, no applause. Just warm water and another bowl to wash. And here is where the story begins to dissolve. Because the story was never about a single monk, or a field, or a chant. It was always about you, and how your mind, wild and buzzing in the dark, found a way to settle without answers. How your breath, shallow and nervous, found a rhythm in rice and ink and tea. How your thoughts, full of spirals and stutters, softened in the face of mountains that couldn't care less about your deadlines. You lie down once more, this time under blankets that smell of cedar and ash. Your body melts into the floor. The rain returns, just a hush, barely there, like fingertips brushing silk. And as your mind begins to loosen once more, the final image you carry with you is not a temple, not a statue, not even the sunrise. It's the silence between thoughts, the space between breaths, the stillness that was always there, waiting, patient as a stone in the rain. Let it hold you now. Let it rock you gently. Let it all go. And so we end where all things do. Not with a bang, not with applause, but with a whisper. A trail of incense fading through morning light. A bird taking off without a sound. A footstep that doesn't need to be remembered. You've walked through mist, up mountains, into silence. You've sipped tea without needing sugar, You've watched thoughts come and go like weather on temple roofs, and now all that remains is the warmth of your breath, the weight of your limbs, the hush of your room. There's nothing more to do, no more paths to climb tonight. The monastery will still be there. The flags will still flutter in the wind. The bowl will still wait to be filled again tomorrow. Right now, the only thing asked of you is this: breathe. Let the stories dissolve like ink in water. Let your muscles unfurl like sleeping cats in the sun. Let the silence rise. And if your mind stirs again, if it taps on your shoulder, trying to show you some unfinished list, some anxious little item wrapped in neon, just smile at it. Like the monk did, like the mountain does, like the wind always will. Because everything happens for a reason. And sometimes the reason is to learn how to rest. From the soft echoes of sunrise prayers in the Nepalese hill monastery, your mind drifts gently southward, tracing cloud shadows over pine-stubbled ridgelines, crossing rivers veined with silt and memory, until it settles in a hidden Bhutanese valley, where fog hangs low, and time itself seems to pause between heartbeats. Here, just beyond the hush of a sleeping village, the air smells of wet bark, wild ginger, and damp stone. Bamboo leaves flicker like sleepy eyelids in the early light. And somewhere upstream, a heron lifts off with one unhurried beat of its wings. The path to the river has no name, just an impression worn into the moss by the soles of one man, who has walked it so often the earth no longer resists him. He arrives exactly as he always does, just as the mist begins to thin and the water reflects its first clear thoughts of day. The builder is not young nor old, just settled, muscles worn into rope, breath deep and smooth, hands that no longer measure time in minutes, but in stone lifted, stone placed, stone returned. The river is narrow here, but fast cutting through boulders like a hungry child through sweet rice. And each morning, he greets it not with words, but with a slight tilt of the head, as if bowing to a friend who has seen all his moods and never once judged them. Today, like yesterday and likely tomorrow, he places his basket down near the riverbank. Inside, wrapped in a woven cloth, are his tools few and simple: a wood-handled chisel, a piece of string with a stone tied to one end, and a worn prayer bead bracelet whose last bead snapped off sometime during the last monsoon. He begins without ceremony, not because the moment isn't sacred, but because every moment is. He finds a stone, smooth and round, nestled in the river's shoulder. It's heavier than it looks, like most things worth carrying. As he lifts it, his knees remember 1,000 mornings. His breath folds around the motion like mist folding around a pine trunk. The stone is cleaned, assessed, turned, and then placed, not for perfection, not for praise, for balance, for surrender. He is building a bridge that no one asked for, No client, no government, no grand opening, just the quiet urge to connect one side of the world to the other without demanding anything in return. And isn't that, in itself, a kind of prayer? Each stone becomes part of something larger than itself, not a structure, exactly, but a sentence spelled in earth and silence. Some carry the scars of tools. Others remain oddly shaped, cradling pockets of rain. And he places each one not with ambition, but with listening. The river speaks in eddies and resistance. He hears where the next stone belongs, the same way a monk hears which breath to follow. Some days, he carries 20 stones. Others, only 5. He does not count them. There is no tally, only the feel of alignment beneath his palms, and the sensation of weight easing into place, like a question finally answered. By midday, the sun has yet to break fully through the canopy. The trees here are dense, thick-limbed, patient things that do not hurry toward light. He steps back and squints, not out of vanity or pride, but to check if the arch in progress still feels like it belongs. He brushes the dust off his hands onto his robe and takes a seat on a boulder, half swallowed by moss. He drinks from a bamboo flask. The water steeped faintly with cardamom and wisdom passed down through so many generations, it has no origin story left, just presence. Like the story of the stonecutter who wished to be the sun, then a cloud, then a mountain, and finally a stone again. That story, he once heard it in his youth, under a Bodhi tree, carved with initials that no one remembered. It struck him then, and again now, that wanting to be anything other than what you already are is a recipe for subtle suffering. So he sips and lets the wind carry that lesson back upstream. There's a footpath not far from the build site. Occasionally, children run past, carrying baskets, laughing too loudly to notice the bridge forming beneath their world. Once, a merchant stopped and watched for several minutes, then asked him why he worked so slowly. The builder didn't answer. Not rudely, just didn't. Instead, he turned back to the river and placed another stone. Some questions don't deserve answers. They deserve silence. A bee hovers near his ear, then thinks better of it. Somewhere overhead, a langur coughs in a half-sleep, and the builder returns to work, not because he must, but because the stone is ready. And when the stone is ready, it calls, not in words, in weight, in shape, in that subtle sense of alignment that only the patient truly hear. You feel your own breath slow as he lifts again. The muscles in his arms tense, then relax. The chisel finds a fault line and eases it open with the kind of tenderness most people reserve for secrets or lovers. The bridge is maybe 1/3 done, or perhaps 2/3. He doesn't measure in spans, only moments. He has no blueprint, just a memory of an old bridge he crossed as a child, held in his father's hand, watching the current below tug at a stick like fate at a stubborn thought. Back then, the bridge was the most magical thing in the world, not because it was grand, but because it simply existed, spanning a space that once felt impassable. The builder rests a moment, fingers trailing over lichen-covered stones already laid, each one now cool to the touch, absorbing moonlight and doubt, heat and hope. There's a lesson here. Two, once placed. The stone no longer asks if it's good enough. It simply becomes part of the path. As you should. The sound of the river has shifted, slightly faster. Rain must have fallen higher up. He pauses and listens not for safety, but to sense the mood of the water. Some days it is restless. Today it is contemplative. Like him, he places one last stone before dusk. It doesn't fit at first. He turns it again and again. Then, without warning, it settles perfectly. Not because it was forced, because it was understood. He smiles, the kind of smile that needs no witness. The village bells ring faintly in the distance, calling those who still eat on time. The builder gathers his tools, dusts them with care, not out of habit, but respect. Then he stands, stretches, and touches a stone one last time before walking home barefoot, the earth remembering him with every step. Mist begins to return. Or maybe it never left, just waited for him to notice. By morning, the mist has unraveled itself into ribbons. It clings loosely now, hanging like breath on the lips of the valley. The stones laid the day before glisten with dew, and the river hums louder, pulling down snowmelt from distant peaks that haven't seen footprints in 100 years. The builder returns, as always, without spectacle, just the soft press of feet on leaf-packed earth, the squeak of bamboo joints in his tool basket, and the slow rhythm of breath that needs no witness to be real. His robe is damp at the hem, and the morning wind threads its fingers through his hair. Nothing hurries. Everything arrives when it's ready. Today, the river is wider. Overnight, the water has risen a handspan, claiming a few of the smaller stones near the edge. They vanish without complaint, as if never there at all. And the builder smiles not from frustration, but from the knowing. Nothing holds forever. Every stone is temporary. Every bridge is ultimately a suggestion. He crouches by the edge, fingers dipping into the flow, cold, purposeful. The river doesn't negotiate, it reminds. He'll need to adjust the arch, allow more curve. Let the current live around the bridge instead of beneath it. Resistance, after all, is the first step toward unnecessary suffering. Remember the boy from part 1, who ran past with a basket of radishes and questions. He returns today, older by a week, which is all it takes for curiosity to take root. He stops at a distance, watching, not speaking, just learning with his eyes. The builder doesn't acknowledge him yet. Some lessons need silence more than syllables. He begins the day with a large stone, squat and flat. It's wedged between two roots, almost as if it has grown there, waiting for this precise moment. He tugs once, no shift. Again, nothing. Then, instead of pulling, he circles it, brushing away earth, exposing its angles, like unearthing a story forgotten by the wind. Eventually, the stone lets go. It's heavy, but familiar. He cradles it against his chest, breath thick and warm between them. Every breath in his body now flows around this stone, supporting, accepting, adapting. He places it at the edge of yesterday's work, turning it until it sighs into position. You feel it, don't you? That quiet click of things falling into place, not with force, but with faith. The boy inches closer. He doesn't speak, but his shadow stretches beside the builder like a question mark drawn in sunlight. The builder gestures a simple flick of fingers. The boy steps forward, carefully. The builder points to a smaller stone nearby. Round, nervous, the kind of stone that wants to help but isn't sure how. The boy lifts it, fumbles, nearly drops it. The builder says nothing, just lets the moment sit. Then softly, he kneels, clearing a space between two larger rocks. He nods toward the gap. The boy places the stone. It doesn't fit. Not because it's wrong, but because he's not listening. He's placing with hands, not heart. The builder lifts the stone and gives it a gentle tap against another rock, changing its shape by a hair's breadth, then hands it back. The boy tries again. This time, it settles. Not perfect, but peaceful. They don't speak. They just breathe together for a while, two creatures of the same wind. The boy eventually wanders off, but not without glancing back once, twice. Something has shifted, not in the bridge, in him. The sun rises higher, heat presses against skin, and birds dart through the canopy like stray thoughts. The builder pauses to eat rice, pickled greens, and a plum that tastes like yesterday's longing. He chews slowly, watching the light change. Everything moves. Nothing hurries. In the distance, a funeral drum sounds, faint, a heartbeat shared across the valley. He doesn't know the name of the one who passed, but he bows his head. Impermanence has a sound. Today, it is low and hollow, like the echo of an old wooden bell. There was a time when death frightened him. Not anymore. Now it's just a teacher in different robes. He thinks of a bridge he helped mend last year far to the east, near the edge of a village that only had one well and 2 goats. That bridge collapsed during a storm. People mourned it as if it had a name, but no one blamed the rain. They rebuilt it, slower this time, with fewer expectations. That lesson, too, has weight. Back at the river's edge, the builder resumes. This time, the stones come easier. The arch bends a little more, accommodating the river's mood. Flexibility, he's found, is stronger than force. He lets the shape evolve, not just from the stones, but from the space between them. The absence holds the form as surely as the presence. Clouds gather overhead. Shadows deepen. Somewhere in the forest, a peacock shouts a warning it doesn't understand. Rain will come, but not yet. The builder knows. You can smell it, can't you? That thick, electric scent of air holding its breath. He lays one more stone, then another. The rhythm now is steady like a mantra without words. Each placement brings a small sigh, a faint click, the faintest echo of agreement between matter and intention. Late in the day, a traveler appears, cloaked, tired, and wet at the edges. He stops at the unfinished bridge, surprised, asks if he can cross. The builder shakes his head, not from cruelty, but because the bridge isn't ready. The traveler nods, steps back. He watches, and then, without asking, gathers a nearby stone and begins to clean it. Not out of obligation, but understanding. They work side by side, the sun dipping low, their breath clouding as the temperature drops. This is Sangha, not in temples or chants, but in shared motion, in mutual silence, in the humble art of contributing to something that won't bear your name, but might carry someone else across someday. By nightfall, they part. The traveler bows once and vanishes into the trees. The builder sits beside the river, feet dangling over the edge like a child watching tadpoles. He studies the unfinished arch. It is not symmetrical, not precise, but it is true. And truth has never needed to be perfect. You lean closer, now, drawn by the warmth of the small fire he's lit. He stirs the coals with a twig, occasionally placing a dry leaf to feed it. The flames don't roar. They whisper, like old monks sharing secrets in a corridor of candlelight. He eats again plain barley soup, steam curling into the sky like prayers escaping bowls. And as he lifts the final spoonful to his lips, the first drop of rain touches his forehead. He smiles, not because the day was easy, not because the bridge is done, but because he remembered not to resist. And in that surrender, he found something better than control. Peace. From the edge of your memory, the clink of a chisel fades into the hush of birds breaking from the trees. The valley, once soaked with yesterday's rain, now exhales a morning thick with wet pine and softened earth. And in the half-light of a fog-laced dawn, the builder returns. His robe is heavier today, stitched with the scent of ash and dew. Behind him, the mountains watch quietly, silent spectators draped in cloud. Ahead, the river waits, wider still, its voice hushed but urgent, like a child on the verge of sleep, whispering dreams before letting go. The unfinished bridge gleams. The morning dew makes the stones shimmer like scales on the back of a sleeping dragon. Gaps remain, but the arch is clear now, a graceful curve lifting out of the chaos, suggesting a promise even in incompleteness. The builder sets down his tools beside a half-buried root. One of the stones has shifted overnight, nudged, perhaps, by the current, or by some small animal seeking warmth. He kneels beside it, brushing the surface with his sleeve, as tenderly as a mother adjusting a sleeping child's blanket. You can see it now, can't you? This isn't a bridge for crossing. It's a bridge for remembering, for pausing, for feeling the weight of your own breath and realizing it's never belonged to you in the first place. He lifts a small flat stone, warms it in his hand, then sets it without hesitation. One more step forward, one less reason to turn back, and somewhere above, the clouds begin to lift. A soft breeze filters through the cedar trees, carrying with it the faint smell of burning juniper from a distant shrine. The wind shifts the builder's hair across his brow. He doesn't brush it away. He's learned over years and thousands of stones that what arrives uninvited often stays longest. Better to welcome it with stillness than chase it with resistance. The boy returns again, no longer wide-eyed. Today, he carries no basket, just himself, and in his hand, a single stone, flat, pink-veined, and shy. He approaches slowly. The builder gestures to the gap beside him. The boy kneels, holds the stone close. He breathes once, twice, then places it not quickly, but with care. And it fits, not perfectly, but sincerely. The builder doesn't speak, just reaches over, presses a fingertip to the stone's edge, affirming. The boy grins, not broadly, but deeply. Then he stays, beside the builder, both quiet, both listening to the same sound water tumbling over memory. They work together for hours. Not a word is shared, but many are understood. Each stone they place now carries more than weight. It carries presence, intent, karma, a record of causes and conditions that began long before them and will ripple on long after. Do you remember the funeral drum from yesterday? Its echo returns now not in sound, but in rhythm. Each stone placement becomes a beat. Each breath, a verse. And the bridge becomes a sutra. Read not with the eyes, but with the soles of bare feet. By midday, only one stone remains. It rests in the builder's lap, warm from the sun. Not grand, not polished, just ready. He stands. The boy beside him now seated on a nearby rock, legs swinging lazily over the water, watching. The builder steps to the center of the arch. Beneath his feet, the bridge holds its breath. He kneels, presses both palms to the stone, and with the slow certainty of an old monk bowing at dawn, he lowers it into place. It settles. No resistance, no fanfare, just stillness. Then silence, not empty, but full. Full of all the days before, of sweat, of rain, of aching knees and quiet laughter, and thoughts that rose and fell like leaves on water. The bridge is done, and no one applauds. No one documents it. The boy doesn't cheer. He just watches. The builder, too, doesn't stand and declare anything finished. Instead, he sits on the far edge of the arch, lets his feet dangle once more, same as he did before the first stone. The river flows beneath, different now. Not because the water has changed, but because you who have watched each stone placed, who have followed breath after breath. Now sit with the builder in your mind, watching a structure that speaks more in silence than any sermon ever could. He closes his eyes, and in that moment, the world softens. A flock of birds crosses the sky. The boy places a palm on the stone beside him. The wind slows. Everything waits, because now comes the hardest part, letting go. The builder rises slowly, bones popping like distant bells. He dusts off his robe, folds his tools, and walks back across the bridge. One last crossing, not to test the strength, to offer gratitude. At the foot of the arch, he bows not low, not forced, just enough, then turns and walks away. Not hurried, not heavy, just free. The air dims as evening rises from the forest floor like incense smoke. Shadows stretch and yawn, and the sounds of the world soften into one long exhale. You feel it, too, don't you? That loosening, the way your shoulders no longer cling to the weight they carried all day. The way your jaw remembers it doesn't have to clench. Even your thoughts, gentler now, drifting more than sticking. Picture the bridge one last time. The curve of it beneath a silver sky. Stones warmed by the breath of 1,000 crickets. Leaves collecting in the crevices like tiny prayers. It will not last forever. Nothing does. But that is not a flaw. That is the point. It was never built to endure. It was built to teach, to hold each stone for as long as it needs to be held, to accept the river's voice without argument, to carry those who cross it without ever asking why. Now, let that final image settle. Let it be the last thing your thoughts brush against before sleep takes over. A quiet bridge, deep in a valley, tended by no one and everyone at once, built not from ambition, but from breath, from presence, from you. The bridge builder lays his final stone in Bhutan's early dawn. Breath rising with the mist and just beyond the next ridge. As the wind shifts east, a snow-heavy trail coils up toward a forgotten outpost where silence waits to teach its own lessons. The wind here doesn't speak. It murmurs. It traces your cheek like cold fingers dipped in memory. You walk, step by careful step, through ankle-deep snow that has no intention of yielding. The sky is the color of wet slate, and the mountain doesn't particularly care that you're lost. You're not a monk. You're not a pilgrim. You're a soldier. Or at least, you were. Before you threw your sword down the ravine 2 nights ago. Before the cold started talking back. Before you began wondering if the mountains were punishing you or saving you. You reach a bend in the trail, breath burning your throat, and there it is, a crooked wooden gate, half swallowed by a snowdrift. Beyond it, a stone structure squats like it's been waiting for centuries to be needed again. No signs, no bells, just a door. And from behind it, the faint smell of burning sandalwood and barley tea. You knock once, because that's what people do in stories, and immediately regret it when your knuckles throb. But the door creaks open before you can second guess. And there she is, old, short, layered in wool the color of riverbed stones. A nun. No smile. Just one arched brow that seems to say, well, you don't remember falling into the doorway, or the tea she presses into your palms, or how the room warms up around you while you drift somewhere between consciousness and dream. But you do remember the words she speaks as you're halfway asleep beneath a pile of yak blankets. You're not here for shelter. You're here for silence. A few hours later, maybe days. Time doesn't behave up here. You sit with her in the stone kitchen, both of you chewing tsampa in unhurried bites. Her hands move like tree branches in the wind, aged, unshaking, assured. She watches you like she's reading a map only she can understand. I suppose you finally manage. I've made a mess of things. Everyone does, she replies, as though it's a boring weather report. That's not the interesting part. She doesn't ask your name. She doesn't offer hers, but she begins to speak, not to explain, but to guide. There are 8 steps, she says, as if you've already asked the question. 8 ways to walk without tripping over yourself again. You don't interrupt. You know better. The first step, she says, is right view. It's not about opinions or beliefs, she explains. It's about how you choose to see the world when you're not trying to twist it into something else. You used to see only enemies, she says, pouring more tea. Now you see snow, and a cup, and a woman who is not trying to kill you. That's progress. The nun doesn't smile often, but when she does, it lands like a stone gently placed in a still pond. Right view means understanding that everything changes. That pain isn't personal. That suffering is like the weather caused by many clouds, not just yours. She points to the frost creeping along the windowsill and says, "This too is you." You wonder how long she's been here, how many strangers she's welcomed, how many lost people she's fed. But those questions dissolve under the quiet weight of her teaching. Later, she takes you to the back of the outpost. There's a path carved into the rock, half cleared of snow. You'll shovel it each morning, she says. That's your first practice. You nod. Because what else is there each morning? You rise before the sun. The cold greets you like an old friend who doesn't hug. Your breath makes clouds. Your hands blister. But as the days slip past, like melting snowflakes, the path gets clearer. And so do your thoughts. You learn that right intention is the second step. Not just wanting peace, but meaning it. Not just saying sorry, but stepping back from the fire before you strike again. Your intentions, she murmurs one morning while handing you a dull-edged hoe. Leave tracks. Be mindful of the direction they point. She doesn't teach by giving lectures. She teaches by watching where you struggle. One evening, she finds you muttering curses while you try to light the stove. You drop the matches, kick the pot, bite the inside of your cheek like it insulted you. She watches, waits. Why are you angry, she asks. Finally, it's the pot. You snap, She raises an eyebrow. Poor pot. And just like that, it clicks. Not a miracle, not enlightenment, but a shift, a pause. You realize the pot doesn't care, the fire doesn't care. Only you are throwing wood on the blaze of your own reaction. And so, she introduces the third step, right speech. She's not just talking about gossip or lies. She means all the words you murmur under your breath. Every sentence you aim like a dart, even if no one hears. She makes you speak aloud each night before sleep. Just one sentence about the day. You fumble through it at first. I cleared the path. Then later, I wanted to throw the kettle again, but didn't. She nods. Closer. By the 7th night, you say, I was frustrated at the wind, but I noticed that it wasn't the wind. It was me expecting spring. She doesn't say anything, just passes you a bowl of barley stew, but her eyes are softer. Time continues its strange climb. The days flicker like candle flames, and your hands start moving without command. The chores don't annoy you. The shovel becomes part of your rhythm. You start to notice the silence between thoughts. And that, she tells you during a walk along the ledge, is the 4th step. Right action. It's not grand gestures. It's not vows or pilgrimages. It's whether you place the log gently in the fire or slam it down like it owes you something. Whether you return the bowl to the shelf or let it clatter. Whether your presence leaves a trace of ease or unrest. One morning, you forget to sweep the floor and see her pause just outside the room. She doesn't scold. She just looks down, then up, then disappears behind the door. Later that night, you sweep every corner until the dust itself bows out. You dream of forests, of rivers without names, of places where your old uniform has no meaning and silence is the only friend who never lies. In that dream, she is sitting under a stupa made of ice, whispering the 5th step, right livelihood. You wake up, heart slow, eyes wet. It means choosing a life that doesn't trade peace for coin, that doesn't slice the world into winners and losers, that builds. Instead of breaks, you remember the bridge builder, his stones, his breath, his patient hands. And as you fall asleep again, the fire crackling at your feet, you wonder if I am no longer a soldier. What will I build? The snow deepens, and with it, your silence. You don't notice at first. It happens the way moss creeps over stone. Slow, uninvited, inevitable. There's less chatter in your mind. The need to define everything, defend everything, announce your opinions like warning shots at all just thins. The wind still howls against the shuttered windows, but inside, your thoughts move like lanterns on still water. Each morning, you rise with the cold, not against it. You dress in borrowed wool, wrap your boots with strips of old monk robes, and light the stove with practiced ease. Your hands no longer fumble. You've stopped arguing with the fire. You bow to it instead, as if it were a small, flickering teacher. She notices, of course she does, The old nun never says good job. No gold stars here, just a steady gaze, the occasional eyebrow raise, and the way she places your tea down with a softness reserved for those who've stopped fighting invisible wars. Today, you ask her something different. What's next? She answers by passing you a chunk of glacier-worn quartz, smooth, dense, cool in your palm. Hold it while we talk, she says. So you do. She begins. Right effort, 6th step. Your fingers curl around the stone. You've already practiced it. Clearing snow, chopping wood, returning the broom to the same place. But this step, it's deeper. Not just effort, but right effort. Not forcing, not collapsing, not sprinting toward enlightenment as if it's a finish line. She pours barley tea, steam rising between you like smoke signals from the past. Think of your thoughts as seeds. She continues. What do you water? You don't speak, but your silence is louder than words. You remember those long nights alone before arriving here. How often you replayed the battlefield, the faces, the order you didn't question, the ones you did, the eyes of the boy in the village, the mother's voice, still echoing like a scream caught in fog. You had been watering thorns. Right effort, she says, is the choice to notice which seeds grow in your garden, which to feed, which to let dry out under the sun. And then she tells you a story. A boy once found a dying bird on the road. He took it home, built a nest in a shoebox, and brought it food every day. But he fed it only crumbs of regret, soaked in shame. He thought he was helping, but the bird grew weaker. Sometimes, she says, we keep our pain alive just so we don't forget. But forgetting isn't the same as abandoning. Let it be. Let it rest. You clutch the quartz a little tighter. It's warmer now. Or maybe your hand is. In the afternoon, you walk the ledge trail to repair a prayer flag post. The wind almost tosses you sideways. But instead of gripping the post in frustration, you sit, you wait. You watch clouds unravel like breath. That night, she doesn't light the fire. She wants you to feel the cold. Some lessons, she says, need sharp edges, and in that silence, your breath becomes the only rhythm. The 7th step arrives not with a trumpet, but a whisper, right mindfulness. The nun says nothing at first, just leads you to a stone bench overlooking the ridge. There's a hawk circling above, far too elegant to belong to this crude world. Watch it, she says. So you do. For 10 minutes, then 20, then longer. You feel your breath shift from throat to belly. Your legs ache, but you don't move. Something melts. The hawk glides out of sight. The moment passes. She nods. You were here. Mindfulness isn't a chore. It's the act of showing up, not checking out, not fantasizing about a life with fewer bruises. It's sitting with the bruise, listening to its color. Don't confuse observation with judgment, she adds later. Stirring a pot of lentils. To see without labeling, that's rare. That's power. You practice. Every day, you sweep mindfully. You eat without distraction. You chew slowly, as if each grain of barley had a past life. You learn to fold your blanket like you're cradling a tired child. You speak less, not because you have nothing to say, but because not everything needs to be said. And then one morning, you wake to find her gone. Her bed is empty, though still warm. A folded wool shawl rests where her head once lay. A note. Of course not. This isn't a fable. This is your life. No symbols, just absence. You search the outpost, the garden, the shrine. Nothing. Only footprints, leading out toward the high ridge. You don't panic. Instead, you light the stove, brew tea, sweep the kitchen. She returns by dusk, carrying nothing, saying less. Right concentration, she says simply. The eighth and final step is not about emptying the mind. It's about settling it, gathering it, like rain drawn into a still pond. She teaches you to sit without chasing anything. Eyes closed, spine straight. Thoughts pass by like snowflakes. You learn not to flinch. Some days, your concentration is terrible. You itch. Your back aches. You count how many bowls are in the kitchen instead of following your breath. Other days, you forget time. You become the fire, the kettle, the silence. She watches you sit one day for nearly an hour without fidgeting. No ceremony, no applause. But she places a hand on your shoulder as you rise. It's the first time she's touched you. You've come far, she says. The wind outside agrees. At night, you lie beneath the thick wool blankets, staring at the wooden ceiling beams. The 8 steps are not a ladder, not a linear road. They circle, spiral, repeat. And that, she tells you quietly, is the point. You do not arrive at peace. You return to it, again and again and again. The frost thickens overnight, painting every window pane with a soft, glimmering hush. Somewhere in the dark, a kettle simmers. A prayer wheel clicks, unattended, moved only by the weightless breath of wind. You wake, not from dreams, but from a stillness so deep it feels like stone warmed by sun. The nun is already outside, perched on a narrow ledge that overlooks the valley. Her wool shawl flaps like faded prayer flags behind her. The sky is bruised with early light, and the mountains, those ancient, unmoved faces, stare back with the usual indifference. You sit beside her. Neither of you speaks. She doesn't tell you what the final step means today. Not yet. She only points to the sky, to a hawk once again circling the cliff. Its wings slice the morning without sound. Sometimes, she murmurs at last, right concentration is simply this. You wait. She continues, sitting, breathing, seeing things as they are, letting the mind become so still that even a single thought creates ripples. You nod, not to agree, but to receive. And she begins walking, no invitation, just motion. You follow. The trail is treacherous in parts, a frozen spine coiling higher than you've gone before. But you move without fear now. Your boots step precisely where hers have pressed. The wind wraps around your shoulders like a shawl. Every breath is a small, burning offering. Hours pass, maybe less. Eventually, the path opens onto a flat ledge with a view so wide, your chest rises just to contain it. Peaks roll out like waves. Clouds stretch into filaments. The world is vast, and you are not small. You are simply not separate. She sits, cross-legged, spine tall, breath like a stone falling gently into a pond. You do the same. There are no instructions this time, no parables, just the practice. You breathe. Thoughts come, old ones, regrets, names, orders, memories that clatter like dropped armor. You let them fall. More silence, more wind, and slowly, you begin to notice that your thoughts have softened. The soldier within no longer paces the hallway of your ribs. The judge, the critic, the doubter quieter now, not gone, just resting. Inhale, exhale. Even the wind pauses. And that's when you understand this isn't about leaving the world behind. It's about returning to it fully, without distortion, not fighting what arises, not chasing what fades, just being with clarity. You don't say it aloud, but inside, something bows. Thank you. She opens her eyes as if she's heard it. We return now, she says, as if that were the simplest thing. Back at the outpost, the fire crackles. You set out bowls, prepare tea, sweep ash from the corners. You are not a monk. You are not a teacher, but you are walking. And the path continues. The days blur. Visitors come rare. Uncertain. Seeking something. She speaks to them softly. Sometimes you translate. Sometimes you simply watch. But always, the eightfold path rises in your bones like muscle memory. One morning, she doesn't rise. You find her seated in meditation, face calm, hands folded, not gone, just elsewhere. You light the incense, sit beside her. Outside, snow begins to fall again. Not harsh, not heavy, just soft, insistent grace. And as the flakes gather in silence, you remember the bridge builder. You remember the pot. You remember the bird, dying from crumbs soaked in shame. You remember your own breath, returning. You remember the hawk. You remember this. You rise, step out into the morning, and begin to sweep the path. The snow has stopped. And now, dear listener, the wind has softened into a hush so still. Even your thoughts begin to settle beside it. Let your shoulders release their guard. Let your chest melt just a little deeper into the warmth beneath your blanket. The old nun, the soldier, the outpost, they're not fading. They're waiting, right where you left them, on the edge of the ridge, beside the fire, inside the breath. Let your inner sky widen. Let your thoughts fall like snow, light and without blame. You are not broken. You are not late. The path you walk is not made of stone or ice. It's made of moments like this. Still, whole, yours. With each breath, draw in the silence of the mountains. and with each exhale, release the burden of needing to fix, to name, to be anything other than what you already are. Someone learning to sit, to listen, to live. You are exactly where you are meant to be. And even if the world stirs around you tomorrow, you'll remember this quiet. You'll return to it again and again. Now close your eyes. Let the snow fall. Let the fire burn low. Let the story end. But not the practice. And now, after snowbound paths and a nun's soft voice beneath Himalayan stars, you descend gently, almost reluctantly, into something quieter still. You are here. A winding road curls through the redwoods like a lazy thought. The car is long gone, and your phone off, surrendered hours ago, is probably catching dust in a box labeled electronics back at the office. You've reached the edge of sound. Ahead, a pale gravel path disappearing into pine shadow. A hand-painted wooden sign reads, "Noble silence begins here." Beneath it, a footbridge stretches across a lazy creek. Water murmurs under the planks. Every step you take becomes louder than the last. Crunch of shoes, crackle of dry twigs, swish of wind through the canyon. It's like walking inside a bell made of time. The retreat center unfolds slowly, scattered cabins and dorms hidden behind manzanita and oak. Everything's brown and green and dusty gold. No one greets you, not in words. A woman in linen pants passes by carrying a metal bowl, nods, and keeps walking. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rings once. You're shown to your quarters by a tall man with bare feet. He gestures bed, shelf, a hook on the wall. He leaves without a word. Your room smells like cedar and lemon balm. There's a single window facing a mossy slope and a meditation cushion tucked under the bed like a secret. Time moves differently here, not slower, just broader, wide. Dinner is served in silence. A long line of strangers shuffles barefoot into a dining hall that feels like a chapel turned sideways. The sound of ladles scraping soup, rice falling into bowls, a cough echoing too loud in the corner. You sit cross-legged on the floor, spooning lentils into your mouth while a moth dances near the overhead light. No one stares. No one speaks. And yet, somehow, everyone seems to know what to do. Afterward, walking back to your cabin, the darkness is thick as velvet. The air smells like warm earth and eucalyptus. Your own breath sounds suspiciously like a waterfall. Sleep doesn't come easily, but not because of worry or screens. It's just quiet, the kind that magnifies everything. Your pulse, your thoughts, the neighbor's floorboard creak, the moon crawling up your wall like it has nowhere better to be. Morning arrives without fanfare. A bell chimes 3 times before sunrise. You dress without checking your face. No mirror in the room, anyway. Outside, fog moves through the valley like breath through cold lungs. You follow a line of retreatants up a hill path that curls like a cone. Meditation begins in the zendo, a wooden glass structure that looks like it grew there. Inside, rows of bodies sit wrapped in wool and focus. Some lean forward, some tilt. All are silent. You sit. You straighten your spine like everyone else. You try to breathe naturally. But of course, the moment you try, it becomes completely unnatural. 1 minute in, you already think about tea. 2 minutes in, you notice your ankle. 5 minutes in, your entire ego rises like a birthday balloon. You remember the story of the empty boat. The monk who was so angry at being bumped until he saw no one was steering. And you think, oh, the mind is always steering, even when the boat is empty. By the second session, you start to hear things: a beetle dragging its body across wood, the low wheeze of someone's sleeping breath, a crow's single caw, like it just remembered something important. Midday. You work in the garden. Gloves too big, soil too wet. You pull weeds in silence. A woman next to you sneezes, but no one says bless you. The silence holds it all. At one point, you pause to stretch your back. A blue dragonfly floats near your hand. You think, I should take a photo, but you can't. So you don't. So you look, really look. The dragonfly lands on a tomato cage. The moment stretches, folds, dissolves. Later, sweeping pine needles off a stone path, you notice something shift, not in the world, but in you. Sweeping is no longer something to get through. It is sweeping. That's it. That's all. You remember what the Himalayan nun said to the soldier? Something about right effort not being about pushing, but about not resisting. You smile before you realize you're smiling. In the afternoon, during walking meditation, your foot lands in a puddle. Cold water seeps through your sock. No one sees. Nothing happens. You keep walking. At sunset, the entire group gathers for chanting. A row of cushions, a low altar, candles flickering like shy fireflies. You don't know the words. You don't even know the tune. But your mouth moves, and your chest vibrates, and somehow, it all feels like memory. Night again. Fog slips back through the trees. Your breath slows. Thoughts arrive like tired birds and leave just as quickly. You sit on the edge of your bed. You open your hands. There's nothing in them. Still, it feels like holding something. Tomorrow, they say, will be more difficult. You'll begin to notice the things you cling to, the thoughts you label mine. But for now, there is just this, the creak of wind in the cabin wall, the small, warm ache of your legs, and silence thick, forgiving, endless. The fog is thinner today, less like a veil, more like a shrug. Light filters between the pines, dappling your path with gold. The bell rings, and you rise before the sound has fully left the air. You've been here 2 days, maybe 3. Hard to say. Time has stopped doing its usual tricks. You shuffle into the zendo. Your cushion greets you like an old friend. This time, sitting feels less like a performance. You settle. Breathe. Let the thoughts swirl like leaves in a pond. Some of them are loud. Why did I say that thing in 2013? But they don't stay. They never do. After morning meditation, the work period begins. Today, you're on tool duty. Rakes, brooms, trowels lined up in a neat little shed that smells like hay and rust. You pick a rake. Wooden handle, slightly warped. One tooth missing. It wobbles in your hand like it's unsure of itself. Your task, clear the walking path down to the creek. You begin. The rake catches on gravel, snags on roots, refuses to glide. Your jaw tightens. You want to curse. Instead, you clench your teeth and keep raking. A man in a floppy straw hat works nearby, trimming vines. He's humming through his nose, utterly at peace. You consider hating him, but then he trips on a hose and drops his clippers. And for some reason, that makes everything okay. Midway through the trail, your rake stops completely, lodged between a root and a rock. You tug. Nothing. You tug harder. Still nothing. You consider kicking it. You look around. No one is watching, but still. Something inside says, observe, so you stop. You kneel beside the rake. You notice how the rock presses up, how the root curves just so. You breathe. You lift the rake gently. It comes free, like it was never stuck at all. And there it is. The lesson, hidden in bark and steel. Resistance only tightens the knot. At lunch, you eat beside a window. A deer steps into the meadow. Its body all liquid movement and quiet hunger. It nibbles grass, blinks toward the dining hall, and wanders off like it has better things to do than be profound. Afternoon brings walking meditation again. This time, you notice your feet, the rise and fall, the crunch of pebbles, the subtle tremor in your heel. You think my feet have been carrying me this whole time, and I've never really thanked them. In the distance, a coyote naps under a fig tree. Its chest rises and falls. One eye cracks open, then closes. It does not care about your awakening. It just sleeps. You sit on a bench beneath an elderberry bush and do nothing. No books, no phone, no talking, just sitting. It feels wildly irresponsible, like skipping school. And yet, the moment holds. Bees drift past. Leaves twitch in the breeze. A spider lowers itself on a thread, then climbs back up like it forgot something. You think about craving, how it sneaks in, not as hunger, but as tension. A tiny itch in the chest, wanting to move, wanting to reach, wanting something else, anything else to arrive. You remember the nun's words again, the ones meant for a soldier, but oddly fit for you. To see craving, watch your reaction to stillness. Dinner is a stew made of root vegetables and something called ancient grain. You chew slowly. The grain is chewy. It tastes like patience. Later, assigned to dish duty, you scrub pots beside a woman with tattooed wrists. Neither of you speak, but the rhythm of sponge and rinse becomes a kind of conversation. One pot is burnt, really burnt. The black crust refuses to budge. You sigh. She slides over a copper scrubber, says nothing, and returns to her pan. You attack the pot. It resists. You scrub. Still black. You breathe. Then scrub again. Slower this time. Not trying to win, just trying to meet it. Eventually, the charred layer begins to lift, not in one glorious peel, but in flakes and surrenders. You laugh softly to yourself. This pot is your mind. The tattooed woman glances over. You shrug. She nods like she understands everything, because maybe she does. Night falls again, like silk over stone. You walk to your cabin beneath a sky full of unspoken things. No stars tonight, just a dense gray ceiling. You like it that way. It keeps your gaze inside, lying in bed. You trace your breath like a finger on paper. The urge to reach for a screen still flickers occasionally, but it fades faster now. Your thoughts begin to feel like weather passing clouds, occasional thunder, rare sun. You've stopped believing every one of them a minor miracle. You dream of a rake with no handle, sweeping fog from the ocean. You dream of a silent coyote telling you a joke in perfect French. You dream of a hallway full of locked doors, and the key is to stop knocking. At dawn, a squirrel scolds the world from a pine branch. It is extremely urgent about something only squirrels care about. You rise. You stretch. You smile. Not because everything is perfect, just because you're here. And here, it seems, is enough. The slope is steeper than you remember. Early light slices through the trees as you climb slowly toward the zendo, your breath curling in the crisp morning air. Every inhalation feels like it came from a deeper place. The retreat is shifting, or maybe you are. You pass a garden bed rimmed with dew. Tomatoes droop, heavy and silent. A trail of ants navigates a crack in the stone like they've been doing this forever. They probably have. The meditation hall is already full when you enter. Today, you sit with your back to the window. You hear the squirrels rustling. A crow caws. Someone sneezes and doesn't say sorry. No one reacts. Presence swallows everything. You breathe. The man next to you has a cough that surfaces every few minutes, but instead of irritation, you feel something closer to affection. The human body trying its best. Even in silence, the world is talking. Somewhere in the distance, a truck downshifts on the highway. You imagine the driver, half awake, coffee in hand, unaware that just up this hill, 30 strangers are breathing in time with the forest. And suddenly, your breath becomes music, not the kind you perform, but the kind you stumble into, like opening a door and finding a river inside. After breakfast, you join a trail maintenance group heading into the deeper woods. You carry a bag of gravel and a shovel. The path ahead is washed out. You'll build it again one scoop at a time. There's a woman with silver hair leading the effort. She wears a bandana and walks like a mountain goat. No nonsense, but not unkind. She gestures to a low spot where water pools after rain. You dig. You level. You pack down earth with your heel. You find yourself smiling again. At a rock. At a root. At nothing in particular. The sun climbs. Sweat slicks your back. You swat at a fly and miss. The work is tiring, but weirdly pure. There's no reward. No performance. Just earth and breath and movement. A small snake slithers past your foot. You freeze, heart pausing. It's gone before your brain even finishes the word snake. And just like that, fear comes, then goes, a teacher in disguise. That afternoon, you're assigned a tea service for the entire Sangha, 2 urns of hot water, a basket of mismatched mugs, and a collection of herbal blends with names like Inner Stillness and Mountain Calm. You pour quietly, one person at a time. The way they receive their cup becomes a kind of bow, a ritual, a dance of silent gratitude. And then you see it, not with your eyes, exactly, but you see it presence, the way it weaves between people, the way it fills the space when words get out of the way. The whole retreat, even the coyote, has been whispering the same message. There's nothing to say, and nothing missing. You remember the Himalayan nun's face, her lines, her eyes, the way she smiled without smiling. You recall how she said, "Every path is the Eightfold Path if walked with attention." You didn't understand it then. Now, her voice echoes not as meaning, but as rhythm, as wind through pine, as tea hitting ceramic. The final evening comes quietly. No announcements, just a gathering in the meadow where lanterns flicker like captive fireflies. You sit on a wool blanket beside a stone that warms slowly beneath you. The retreat leader, a soft-eyed man who looks like he's aged backwards, lights a single candle at the center. No speech, just that. Then he bows. Then he sits. Everyone follows. No one rushes. Crickets start up in the grass. Someone's stomach growls. A moth kisses your wrist and flutters off. There's nothing to achieve, nothing to fix. There's no sudden enlightenment, no brilliant download. Just this: a body, a breeze, a candle. Enough. Later, back in your cabin, you lie on your bed fully clothed, watching shadows play across the ceiling. You think about going home, the traffic, the inbox, the neighbor's leaf blower. But none of that stings like it used to. Because now you know those things aren't interruptions. They are the curriculum. Presence is not something you visit, it's something you carry. You fall asleep without meaning to. And now, the wind down begins. The forest quiets. The lanterns are out. You are dreaming already, even as your breath slows and your thoughts trail off like footprints in snow. There is no need to remember everything. No need to hold on. Each lesson, each moment has settled where it belongs, in your chest, in your lungs. in the space between your thoughts. Let it rest. Let your body soften. Let the world shrink to the size of your pillow, the rake, the burnt pot, the mountain goat woman, even the tea. You'll meet them again, though maybe not by name. They'll arrive in the way you pause before speaking, in how you watch a sunset without needing to capture it, in how you breathe before reacting. It's all there now. The retreat, the silence, the thread of presence that never left you, not even once. So sleep now. No effort, no searching, just this breath, and this one, and this one. You're home. As the bell fades over the California hills and the last sandal presses into the gravel path of retreat, the stillness lingers. That same stillness, ungrasped, unsaid, drifts across the Pacific, climbs Himalayan ridges, and settles over a high, white-blanketed pass where the wind never rests. And there, tucked into a crook of the mountains, like a secret the earth keeps from itself, sits a monastery. Its walls are not perfectly straight. Its prayer flags are threadbare, humming like old voices that forgot they were songs. And in the courtyard, carved by snowmelt and time, the blind storyteller lifts his face toward the wind. You're there listening. The cold doesn't bite so much as it watches. You pull your shawl tighter. Around you, novice monks tuck their robes beneath them and wait. They already know when he begins. Time won't matter. He leans on his cane, fingers drumming once on the carved prayer bead at its crown. No eyes open, but somehow he's already met your gaze. The story begins in clay. The potter's apprentice was named Tenzin, though no one had called him by it for weeks. Names, the master often said, were like steam rising from a cup they pointed to warmth, but you couldn't drink them. Tenzin worked silently in the back shed, where the wheel spun with a low hum of spinning worlds. Outside, goats clattered their hooves on frozen stone. Inside, his breath fogged over the bowl he was failing to center again. His fingers trembled not from cold, but from expectation, from wanting the bowl to be something. The master passed by only once each morning, trailing a scent of sandalwood and goat wool, never looking at the work. He only asked, "Has the bowl found its shape yet?" Tenzin never knew what to say. He thought he was the one shaping the bowl. He was sure of it. After all, he had tools and fire and hands. But each time, the clay answered him with collapse. "Maybe I'm not meant to be a potter," he whispered once into the cold slip bucket. But the wheel spun on. The water in the clay stayed cool, and no one, not even the kiln, had told him to stop. The weeks turned like prayer wheels. The first bowl that held its shape came during a storm. Tenzin had stopped thinking, distracted by a leak in the roof, and suddenly the clay stayed upright. It was thin, uneven, and wobbled like a monk who'd sat too long, but it didn't fall. He stared at it like it had appeared on its own, which, in a way, it had. The storyteller clears his throat. Snow drifts sideways past the monastery window. You notice a cup of butter tea steaming beside his bench, untouched. Tenzin's master, you learn, did not praise the bowl. He only nodded and said, "Good. Now break it." Tenzin gawked. "But you held too tightly." The master said, "It's heavy with you. Start again." And so, the bowl met the stone floor. The chime of clay, a sigh of dust. That night, Tenzin did not sleep. Not out of sorrow, out of wonder. What was the shape the master was looking for? The blind storyteller's fingers find a wooden bead. His voice slows. Now you see the apprentice months later, sitting before an open window, not working, just watching the snowfall. He doesn't rush the clay anymore. Some days, he doesn't even touch it. One morning, a visitor arrives, a monk in dusty boots, who'd wandered the valley seeking shelter and tea. He asks the apprentice if he can purchase a bowl. Just one. He says, "To remind me of here." Tenzin shrugs. "I don't make bowls anymore." The visitor chuckles. Strange potter. But then he sees the shelf. Dozens of bowls, each slightly imperfect, each one whispering of hands that no longer tried too hard. Those, just happened, Tenzin says. The visitor picks one up. It's light, thinner than it should be. The base slightly crooked, and yet it fits perfectly in his palm, like a song half remembered in a dream. "I'll take this one," he says. Tenzin smiles, but only because he can't explain what he now knows, that every bowl is already broken. Every form is a question, and all he did was let it answer itself. The storyteller lifts his chin. The wind gusts once, rattling the doors. Somewhere behind you, a monk refills a cup. You hear the steam. He continues. Years later, the potter's apprentice now long, the master stopped at the edge of the village to drink from a stream. His knees cracked. His back stiffened. But he laughed like the water itself had told him a joke. Across the path, a child was trying to build a tower of stones. Every time he neared 5 stones high, the tower toppled. The child snarled, scowled, shoved his fists in the snow. The old potter waited, watched, and then, quietly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a bowl, the last he'd kept. He offered it to the child. The boy blinked. The old potter gestured. "Put your stones here. The bowl's already built." The boy did. And that, he said later, was the moment he first understood what emptiness meant. Not nothing. Not absence. But space. Space for stones, or soup, or silence. The storyteller pauses long enough that you think the tale has ended. Then, that bowl, he says, was passed from one child to another for 60 years, until it broke in the hands of a man who had just lost everything. You hear the crunch of snow outside. Footsteps. A novice returning from a chore. He stared at the broken bowl. The storyteller murmurs and laughed, because now it finally made sense. The novice monks around you shift, blankets pulled closer, not from cold, but from something quieter. You understand the story is not about bowls. It's about holding nothing so that anything can come through. A breeze curls through the cracked shutters, the scent of pine resin. A shadow shifts on the wall. The storyteller's voice returns, softer now. Tenzin was not blind, he says, but he stopped looking with his eyes. He learned to feel with his breath, to see with the clay, to listen to the form that wanted to become, not the one he wanted to shape. And here, in this monastery above the glacier valley, the storyteller runs a weathered hand across the bench where you sit. Tenzin's bowls are gone, he says, but the space they left still here. Silence stretches long, like a thread between worlds. Then the cane taps twice. The storyteller adjusts his shawl. You blink and you're back on the stone floor of the monastery. A breath heavier than before, yet somehow lighter. The wind howls once across the tiles. The next story begins without warning. You don't notice the shift at first. The wind dips. The cup of tea beside the blind storyteller no longer steams. The novices have grown still as statues, and yet none of them sleep. They are not waiting. They are listening to something deeper than voice. The cane scrapes lightly. The old man leans forward. He says only one word, fog. The fog settled in by accident, as fog always does, uninvited, but never entirely unwelcome. It swallowed the passes, curled around yaks and pilgrims, and turned bright morning into a ghost-colored dream. Lamo was the merchant's daughter. She walked behind her father's cart, her fingers tracing the wood grain for warmth. She had heard stories about the northern path ice fields, wolves, demon winds, but no one had mentioned fog like this. Fog that moved as if it were watching, thinking, remembering. The caravan paused near a ruined stupa, rocks stacked like sleeping monks, bells that rang no more. Her father cursed softly and sent scouts ahead. No point pushing blind. Lamo did not speak. She stared into the mist, not with fear, with wonder. The storyteller shifts. You can almost feel his fingers sketching the mountain in the air. She was born among weights, he says. Silks, coins, ledgers, always counting, always measuring. But fog doesn't measure. It blurs. It takes what you thought you knew and makes it dissolve. When Lamo wandered too far from camp, drawn by a strange stillness, she didn't panic. The fog closed around her like warm wool, muting sound, softening thought. She sat. She sat until the mind stopped arranging itself into lists, until the silence stopped being empty, and then a voice. No body, no breath. It simply said, "This form you cling to, is it yours?" Lamo blinked. She looked at her hands. She had polished coins with these hands, tied knots, brushed oil into silk. But now they seemed not hers, not alien, just borrowed, on loan, perhaps. The voice did not return, but a shape appeared in the fog. A woman, no. A statue, no. A monk. It was hard to tell. It was fog, and yet it moved like something remembering how to be human. It offered her a mirror. In it, she saw her face, but also every face she had ever sold to, shouted at, wept beside. Her mother's face, her brother's, her own, at age 6. And then, nothing. The mirror went clear. She did not scream. The storyteller says. She laughed. You flinch a little. So do the novices. The wind ruffles the edge of the storyteller's robe. You imagine his eyes behind those closed lids, soft, amused, ancient. She laughed because she knew then the fog is not the illusion. Clarity is. Back at the caravan, her father panicked. Hours passed. They thought her eaten by wolves, snatched by spirits, fallen into a crevasse. But Lamo returned just before dusk. No frostbite, no fear, just silence. What did you see? He asked. She shrugged. Myself. Until there was no self left. The storyteller's breath sounds like the wind over old stone. He tells you that Lamo did not return to trading. She gave away her shares. Her father protested, then relented. He said it was grief madness, spirit touch. Maybe it was. She became a pilgrim, no destination, just fog and feet. She walked from stupa to stupa, shrine to ruined shrine, asking for nothing. Sometimes she sat for days. Sometimes she swept temples. Sometimes she listened to dying men mutter in their sleep. And all the while, she kept a mirror with her. Not the old one that vanished, as all things do. This was a polished silver plate. She'd show it to children and ask them what they saw. If they said, me, she'd nod. If they said, you, she'd smile. If they said, nothing, she'd weep. The storyteller leans into the pause, letting it breathe. Then Lamo walked into fog one morning and didn't come back. But 3 days later, a monk on the southern ridge found a polished plate resting on a stone. He lifts a flat hand, no footprints, no trail. Just that plate. Reflecting sky. You imagine her, not gone, just form dissolved, like sugar in tea, like footprints in melting snow. And then a memory rises. You remember the broken bowl. You remember Tenzin. You remember that emptiness is not destruction, it's invitation. And in this, Lamo's fog is no different. A candle somewhere in the hall flickers. You sense the novices have grown even quieter, if that's possible. One tugs his robe closer to his chest, as if the story had crept into his bones. The storyteller continues, but his voice grows dreamy, less anchored. He speaks now, of a cave where Lama once spent 7 nights in meditation, counting only her breath. By the end of the week, she claimed she had seen her past lives, but each time she reached out to touch one, it dissolved. She wept, not from loss, but from clarity. I am everyone, she whispered to the dark, and no one at all. And the fog. The storyteller asks. It wasn't fog. It was her first teacher. One who asked no questions, offered no praise, only presence, pure being, without shape. The storyteller shifts. A bead clicks. You think he stopped, but no. He tells you one more thing. That 20 years after Lamo vanished, a girl born in the valley began telling stories in her sleep. Stories of silk, coins, temples, of fog and mirrors. When asked where she'd heard them, she said, "From a voice I meet in dreams." She's wearing fog like a shawl. The storyteller's head tilts. Maybe, he says. Lamo never left. Maybe she simply stopped needing a body. You hear a whisper of pine branches outside. A long, slow exhale of wind. And just like that, the story dissolves again into silence. The wind shifts again, this time curling around the edges of the monastery, like a careful hand tucking in a sleeping child. The novices don't speak. No one does. The silence is fuller now. It isn't waiting. It is the story. The blind storyteller doesn't reach for his tea, doesn't adjust his shawl. He simply breathes, and the breath itself becomes the next chapter. He begins not with a name, but with a sound, the slow scratch of charcoal on paper. There was once a scribe who lived halfway between mountains and marsh, too far from any temple to be holy, too poor to be important. His home was a crumbling tower, once part of a monastery swallowed by an avalanche generations ago. He called himself Pima, though no one else ever did. Pima wrote because he was afraid of forgetting. He copied sutras from memory, scratched lessons into bark, filled scroll after scroll with questions no one asked him. If someone else had written a version, he rewrote it better, cleaner, quieter, as if clarity could be imposed by the sharpness of his ink. He wrote so much, he stopped speaking aloud. Words on the page were easier to trust. The storyteller shifts, very slightly. Pima's tower was crooked, but his lines were straight. He murmurs, "You see its scrolls pinned to stone, moths nesting in the corners, ink pots frozen in winter." He kept a single fire going and lit no candles unless the moon failed him. He believed enlightenment was in the words, that if he just wrote enough, refined enough, pared away all the dust and repetition, the truth would gleam out on the page like gold leaf in morning light. But he never reached it, because the truth, as the storyteller reminds you, was never on the page. It was always in the pause between strokes. One night, after nearly choking on a splintered bowl of barley porridge, Pima dropped his brush. Not on purpose, his fingers simply let go. He looked at it lying there on the floor and said out loud, for the first time in years, "Why do I need you?" No one answered. He sat very still. And then, as if summoned by that question, there was a knock. The wind at the monastery hummed softly, like someone exhaling through their teeth. The storyteller doesn't smile, but you sense it. At Pima's door stood a man with no possessions, not even shoes. Frost laced his eyebrows, but his eyes sparkled like a child seeing snow for the first time. "I was told," the man said, "that you know how to write emptiness." Pima stared. He gestured at his scrolls. "All of that is emptiness." "No," said the man. "That's ink. I need emptiness." Pima wanted to laugh, but something in him cracked instead. The man didn't look foolish. He looked right. So he let him in. The man stayed one night, ate nothing, spoke little. At dawn, Pema found a single phrase written on his scroll table in his own hand. When the pen sleeps, the mind wakes. He hadn't written it. Or maybe he had. He burned his scrolls that day, one by one. Smoke curled into the rafters of the broken tower. Words became ash. Meaning unmade itself in reverse. Pima watched until the last ember sighed and died. Then he walked out. The storyteller is very still now. The wind stops. You almost think he's finished. But the story hasn't ended. Not yet. Pima wandered, not like Lamo, not like Tenzin. He didn't seek shrines or fog. He simply walked. Sometimes he sat and listened to ants. Sometimes he followed clouds. One spring, he found a small village where no one could read. They asked if he'd teach. He said no. He offered instead to show them how to see. They laughed, but let him stay. He planted turnips, watched children fall asleep, and every night, he whispered to the stars the stories he once tried to trap in ink years past. One day, a monk passed through, seeking shelter from a storm. He found Pima in the garden, covered in soil, speaking softly to a bird with a crooked wing. The monk asked his name. Pima only smiled. Then he pointed to a stack of blank paper beneath the stone by the fire. No words. The monk asked. "Too heavy," Pima replied. "Now." The storyteller lowers his head. You hear the faintest rasp in his breath. When he died, he says, they found nothing in his home but a single bowl and an empty scroll. He pauses, and they said, "What a waste. A life with no record." But the monk who buried him knew better. He held the empty scroll and whispered, "This is the story that unwrote itself. The wind returns, brushing your face like a cloth soaked in sleep. You recall the bowl, the fog, the mirror, and now the scroll. Each an empty thing, holding only what we dare not name. The blind storyteller doesn't speak again for a while. And then, very quietly, he begins to fade the story out, like a brush that runs dry in the middle of a line. Remember the boy with the tower of stones? He grew up to sweep monastery floors. He never became a monk, but he whispered the old potter's story to visitors who lingered too long at the gates. Remember Lamo's mirror? It passed hands for 2 more generations, until a sculptor used it to model the expression of a 1,000-armed bodhisattva who smiles with both sorrow and joy. Remember Pema. His scroll never decayed. It's still kept in a quiet place where no one opens it, because opening it would ruin the silence it holds. And the storyteller, he was never blind. Not truly. He simply stopped needing sight to see what matters. He's been telling these stories for 60 winters, and you, yes, you have just become part of them. Let the monastery fade now. Let the wind soften. Let the bells sleep. You are not the bowl, nor the fog, nor the scroll. You are the space that holds them all. And now, let go. Let go of stories, of shapes, of needing to know how it ends. Let the next breath carry you not into meaning, but into rest. There is nothing left to seek tonight. No more names. No more footsteps in snow or voices echoing through stone. Just this moment where the night no longer needs story and your body no longer needs thought. The bowl is empty, the scroll blank, the wind kind. Let your jaw go slack. Let your fingers fall into the folds of your blanket. Let the last whisper of form loosen from your shoulders. You are not falling asleep. You are returning to the same quiet you were born from, the same stillness beneath every breath. Let the images wash back into mist the potter's shed, the fog-covered pass, the tower of scrolls. All have served their time. All have returned to silence. Notice the way the space around you expands now. Even your breath, slow and deep, is like a tide pulling away from shore. This body is not yours to hold. It is borrowed, just like the bowl, just like the name you woke up with tonight. No questions need answering. No thoughts need organizing. Even peace no longer needs defining. You have arrived. You have always been here. Even now, as the last story closes, you carry its shape without grasping it. Like smoke, like snow on the edge of a monk's robe. Soft, silent, safe. You are not alone. Rain still lingers in your mind from the blind storyteller in Tibet. The way his words swirled like wind through emptiness, brushing against the form of things and leaving you suspended between what is and what might never be. That mountain silence fades now. A storm gathers elsewhere. The monsoon has arrived. You feel it before you see it. Thick air curling at your ankles. The sound of palm fronds rattling like old prayer beads. And the low growl of thunder rolling in like a sleepy lion. Somewhere on the southeastern coast of an ancient empire no name needed. The land breathes in Sanskrit and salt. A wandering ascetic walks barefoot on the red earth. His robe clinging wet to his bones like a second skin. No one knows where he comes from. He simply is. He doesn't speak. Not because he can't, but because the rain is already saying everything worth hearing. His staff makes no sound as it dips into puddles that mirror swaying branches, crumbling temples, and clouds shaped like old gods, half forgotten. The village he enters isn't on any map. It might be yours, or one you dreamed once and forgot on waking. Banana trees lean tiredly over muddy alleys, and small clay lamps flicker on sills, trying to stay lit against the breeze. A dog raises its head, sniffs the air, and slinks away, as if it remembers something from a past life it wishes it didn't. The ascetic steps around, puddles without looking. You wonder if he sees the same world everyone else does, or if each waterlogged footprint carries a teaching. Maybe he's counting ripples the way monks count breaths. Maybe he's just walking. A little girl watches him from under a broken umbrella, her sandals crooked, her eyes too old. She doesn't smile. She just tracks his slow approach as if he were a memory trying to find form again. Behind her, the village waits and frets. They've had wandering monks before, but none like him. Not one who sleeps beside shrines. No one visits anymore. Not one who sits for hours in the flooded field just to watch the dragonflies hover above drowned rice. The rain doesn't stop. It's been falling for 7 days, or maybe 70. Roofs leak, tempers rise. The monsoon does that, wears down your patience until even breathing feels like a small betrayal. The village begins to talk. Who is he? Why doesn't he ask for rice? Why doesn't he chant, or preach, or even knock on doors like the ones before? He just walks. Everywhere he goes, puddles deepen, but they don't spread. They stay where they are, round, quiet, gleaming, and somehow cleaner than before. One elder claims the ascetic is sweeping the karma of the land. Another says he's just mad. The youngest son of the mango seller says the monk smiled at him. No one believes him. Still, strange things begin to happen. The crows that usually scream at dawn fall silent when he passes. The dogs stop fighting. A long-lost earring surfaces in a puddle near the temple steps, one that had been missing for 13 years. Its owner, a widow with sharp eyes and sharper elbows, softens. That night, she cooks rice for the first time in months and places it under the tamarind tree. The puddles begin to reflect things they shouldn't, not just the sky, or the trees, but memory itself. One woman claims she saw her grandmother in the water, combing her hair with fingers made of gold. Another swears the puddle behind her hut showed the day her husband lied and left, over and over again, like a film caught in a karmic loop. And yet, peace settles. No thunder crashes, only rain, soft, persistent, and oddly soothing now, like a lullaby from the clouds. The ascetic sits near the riverbank each evening, watching water meet water. He doesn't beg. He doesn't move. If a frog leaps beside him, he blinks. If a leaf lands on his shoulder, he lets it stay. One night, a boy sneaks up behind him with a mango, unsure if it's an offering or a test. The monk takes it gently, nods once, and rolls it into the river. The boy laughs, then cries, and no one knows why, not even him. The next morning, the fisherman finds the river teeming. After a season of empty nets, fish leap as if remembering they are meant to be caught. He tells no one, just lays a fat carp at the monk's feet and walks away without looking back. More changes come. A bamboo flute left forgotten in the schoolhouse begins playing faint tunes on its own. Just once a day, just before dusk, children stop fearing the graveyard. The village well, once murky and sour, tastes sweet again. One man swears it smells faintly of sandalwood. But of course, not everyone is pleased. The tea vendor, Daval, does not believe in puddles or peace. He believes in coins and rain ruins business. His stall, shaded but exposed, loses customers to wet slippers and soggy biscuits. He watches the monk from behind his steaming kettle, eyes sharp with resentment. Why now? He wonders why this holy wanderer, with his silent tricks, Daval had known monks before. Slick-tongued ones who praised your chai and asked for silver. He had been generous once years ago after his son died of fever, offered sweet milk, prayers, even oil for lamps. But nothing brought the boy back, and faith had turned bitter in his mouth like old cloves. He had stopped looking for meaning, stopped looking at puddles, until now. Now, he watches the ascetic with suspicion, and something else, not fear, not quite jealousy, something wetter, something old. One afternoon, as the monk pauses beside Daval's stall, the vendor snaps, "You walk like you own the rain." The monk says nothing, just stares at a drop of water dangling from a frayed awning. Daval scoffs. You think people change because of water, because of muddy footprints and silence. Still nothing. But the puddle at the monk's feet stirs, and Daval sees something inside it. A boy, laughing, wearing the red scarf his wife had knitted, splashing in puddles with shoes too big, too hopeful. Then gone. The tea vendor's knees nearly buckle. He grips the counter, breathing heavy as cardamom smoke curls around his face. The monk walks on. That night, Daval doesn't sleep. He sits beside his boiling pot, watching steam rise and disappear, just like that, just like breath, just like suns. He doesn't speak of what he saw, but the next morning, He wipes the tea tables cleaner than he ever has, and when a girl with no shoes approaches, he gives her a cup for free. It tastes sweeter than usual. In the following days, villagers begin visiting the monk, not with requests, with stories. They sit near him in the flooded rice field and speak of lost brothers, burnt harvests, broken promises. The monk listens, always listens. He moves only when the wind moves, only when the rain points the way. And wherever he goes, puddles follow, not to soak, to reflect, to show people what they've missed, what they've hidden, and sometimes what they still have. One day, a goat follows him for a full hour, no leash, just walks behind, hooves splashing, ears twitching. It doesn't bleat, it just walks. The villagers start to laugh. The monk nods. The goat seems pleased. A boy records the moment in chalk on his clay wall. A goat and a monk and a rain that never really ends. And still, the puddles grow. They no longer feel like messes or floods. They feel like mirrors. Quiet ones, gentle ones. Ones that show the truth, but only if you're ready. The ascetic nears the banyan grove on the edge of the village. No one goes there anymore. Not since the storm washed away the shrine. But the monk pauses, looks up. The leaves shimmer like emeralds in the twilight. He steps forward, one foot into the mud, one hand brushing aside a curtain of vines. He's seen something, someone, but that story isn't quite ready yet. For now, the rain thickens, the air stills, and somewhere behind a window, Daval closes his eyes and whispers something he hasn't said in years. Thank you. The monsoon deepens. Rain has soaked every corner of the village now, and what was once irritation has shifted into a strange kind of rhythm. Roofs leak, but only into buckets that sing. The roads are thick with mud, but the children laugh as they slip. People curse the weather with less heat in their voices, like they're pretending for routine's sake. As though the storm has become a guest they dare not offend. After all, it brought the ascetic. He remained silent. No chance, no blessings, no bowl outstretched for alms. Only stillness and puddles. They spread behind him like quiet exclamations. Not deep, not wild, just wide enough to catch the curve of sky, the flight of birds, the faces of those who dare to look. One person does not look. Daval, the tea vendor, scrubs his stall harder than ever, boils his water twice, adds more ginger than anyone asks for. And yet, he is quieter now, less prone to bark. He no longer kicks the beggar who dozes near his crates, no longer flings old biscuits into the gutter. His son's scarf, long stored in a box beneath old ledgers, is now tied loosely around his neck, damp with memory. But guilt simmers. Not guilt for profit. No, that remains untouched. The guilt is stranger, sticky. It clings when he looks at the monk, who never asks, never judges, never turns his head. That burns most. Daval's shame feeds on silence. So, of course, he speaks, loudly, to anyone nearby. That holy man, he hasn't done a thing. He declares to a group of women waiting for chai, doesn't pray, doesn't heal, just walks and lets the rain do the talking. One woman, Leela, the widow, smiles. Perhaps that's the teaching. Deval's nostrils flare. Teaching I could teach too, if all I had to do was get wet. Leela shrugs, sips her tea, then get wet. The words cling to him longer than he expects. That night, Deval dreams of a flooded village. Everyone knee-deep in water, except him. He's dry, bone dry, and cold. The villagers laugh and dance in puddles, their sorrows floating like lotus petals. And he stands alone, untouched by rain, surrounded by a silence that bites. He wakes before dawn, sweating. At the riverbank, the monk is already there, watching the current, as always. This time, Deval steps closer, close enough to see that the monk's robe is patched with fabric from different lands, silks and hemp, brown and indigo, some worn nearly transparent. The staff beside him leans gently against a rock, etched with grooves, perhaps tally marks, or sutras no one alive can read. Deval does not speak, just stands, arms crossed, the red scarf fluttering slightly. A frog leaps into a puddle nearby. The ripples widen, reflect the sky, and then smooth over, as if nothing happened. The monk smiles, just a little. That night, the village gathers under the banyan trees for shelter, not for prayer, just for dryness. But the space becomes something else. Someone brings a lantern, another fried plantains wrapped in banana leaves. A child hums a song her mother used to sing before the rains. A kind of warmth blooms. And then someone asks Deval to tell a story. He almost laughs. Me, I sell tea. But the girl insists, tell us about the storm from long ago. He doesn't ask which one. He knows. And so, slowly, awkwardly, he begins. He tells of a different rain one from years ago, when his boy was small, how they danced in the alleyways, feet splashing like mad things, while his wife shouted from the doorway, pretending to scold, how the child had tried to catch lightning in a jar, how the fever came later, sudden, quiet, how the world dried up after that. He stops, looks down. No one speaks, except the frog. Croak. A few chuckles bubble up, not mocking, just kind, just soft. Someone hands him tea. He doesn't remember drinking it. Only the warmth spreading out like the rain had entered his chest. The next morning, Deval finds a puddle in front of his stall. This one is different. It reflects not just the sky or his face, but a memory. His son, once again, this time not laughing, just sitting, watching the steam rise from a tiny clay cup, held in both hands, peacefully, as if even that small moment had meant everything. The tea vendor weeps, only briefly. Then he fetches an old brass pot from storage, the one they used on festival days, and begins brewing something special. Not spicier, not sweeter, just different. The monk does not come that day. He is elsewhere, walking through the flooded footpaths behind the schoolhouse, where weeds grow taller than children and old chalkboards lean on walls like sleeping elders. There he meets a boy named Aaron. Aaron has a limp and a habit of following cats. He rarely speaks to anyone, but today he steps from the shadows, trailing a kitten that looks half drowned and fully content. The monk squats beside the boy and watches the kitten lick rain from a leaf. Aaron speaks without looking. They say, "You make the puddles." The monk doesn't nod, but neither does he deny it. The boy continues. They say, "You walk where sorrow sleeps." The monk smiles faintly. The kitten sneezes. Aaron glances sideways. Is it true that my father left because of me? The puddle beside them does not ripple. It remains glass still. Then a drop falls from the leaf above, landing perfectly in the center. Circles bloom outward in the water. The boy sees something. Not his father leaving, but his mother washing clothes in the stream, singing under her breath. Wrinkled hands, wet sari, eyes tired, mouth still soft with love. Aaron blinks, then looks at the monk, and the kitten, and the puddle. He nods and walks away, slower than before, but straighter. That night, the rain stops for a while, just long enough for the village to hear the wind. The real wind, the kind that smells of wet earth, tamarind leaves, and something older than stories. The monk sleeps beneath a neem tree. Dreams drift around him like fallen petals. One is yours. The banyan grove waits. A hush falls over the banyan grove. Not silence, no. The monsoon hums in soft threads above the leaves, and distant frogs make their declarations known, but something gentler. A reverent stillness, like the air has agreed to hold its breath. The ascetic arrives barefoot. His robe is soaked, his hands open. No umbrella, no offerings, just presence. The banyan tree towers, its roots like the fingers of an old god reaching down to cradle the earth. Long ago, this was a place of prayer. Now, only moss listens, and one child, Mina. She lies beneath the tree, wrapped in a cotton blanket, eyes wide with fever. She doesn't cry, doesn't move much, either. Her mother sits nearby, shoulders curved like parentheses around a grief too early to speak. The villagers had tried everything: herbs, chants, tears, silence. And still the fever clung, stubborn as lichen. Someone said they should call the monk. Someone else said they didn't need to, that he would come. And so he does. He says nothing, just kneels in the water, pooled beneath the banyan roots. It soaks his knees, fills the creases in his robe. He places his hand near, but not on, the child's head. His eyes close, not in trance or ceremony, just listening. The puddle beside them flickers. The girl stirs and dreams. In her dream, she is walking through a garden flooded with silver rain. Every drop hums a word, some in Sanskrit, some in lullabies. She walks beside the monk, He carries nothing, not even her. Still, she feels lighter. They pass a gate shaped like an ear, a lion asleep, a pond full of laughing turtles, and a lantern that flickers without fire. In the center of the garden, a mirror made of water. She peers in, sees herself, not sick, not scared, just here, breathing. She wakes, not healed, but here, and her mother, eyes brimming, whispers, "Thank you," over and over into the roots of the tree. Not to the monk, to the rain, to the breath, to the moment. The monk smiles, nods once, and stands. That puddle will remain for days. Even when the sun returns, children will say it never dries. That if you stare into it too long, it starts to blink. By evening, word spreads, not of a miracle, but of something better. A kind of acceptance. That life, even when curled tight with pain, still unfolds under the right conditions. Like a lotus in mud, the ascetic continues his walk. Villagers line the road, not with garlands or drums, but with stillness. Eyes lowered, palms open. No fanfare, just a shared breath. A boy leaves a toy boat in one puddle. A woman places rice in another, not for the monk, for what he reminded them of. Rain becomes rhythm again. Deval watches from his stall. He doesn't call out, just pours a cup, sets it aside, lets it grow cold. The steam dances once more, then disappears. The monk passes. Deval nods. The monk pauses, looks to the sky. A drop lands on his brow. He closes his eyes. In the puddle below, a mango tree, full of fruit, a woman laughing, a scarf on the breeze, then just water. He walks on. The jungle path coils ahead, thick with green and dripping life. Monsoon vines snake across the trail. The frogs return to their lullabies. Somewhere, drums echo from a distant village. He won't reach it today, or maybe ever. He walks anyway. Each step presses into earth, softened by memory. Each puddle deepens behind him, not with rain, but with story. You watch him go. Still, 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 then breathe. The wind returns. The sky breaks open, and golden light spills through shredded clouds like butter melting on prayer stones. Birds resume their quarrels. The village exhales. A goat sneezes. And somewhere, under a rusted tin roof, a little girl stirs in her sleep, dreaming of silver gardens and wordless monks. All things pass, and all things remain. It begins again. The storm has lifted now, not in triumph, but in knowing. The way curtains part not with drama, but grace. You remain still. Your body slack with peace, your breath soft like the hush before rain. Outside, somewhere, puddles still ripple, but here, you rest. The wandering ascetic has vanished into the trees, but you remember the way he walked slow, grounded, unhurried by desire or fear. No map, no destination, only the rhythm of the rain and the whisper of mud beneath each step. There was no final sermon, no thunderclap, only a story that knew when to fade. A girl under a banyan tree, a tea vendor stirring old grief, a boy chasing kittens in memory, all held together by silence and water, and you were there, not watching, but present, step by step, breath by breath. Remember the puddles, not the mess, but the mirror, what you saw in them: grief, joy, wonder. Confusion was not magic, it was you, all of it. A reflection shaped by wind, sky, and time. And when the ripple smoothed, what remained was truth, quiet, unjudging, whole. You don't need the monk now. You never did. He was always just a placeholder for your own quiet knowing, your own capacity to sit beside sorrow without demanding it move, to see the beauty in transience, to sip tea even when it cools, to walk forward, barefoot, toward the next puddle. Now, let the breath lengthen. Let your limbs grow heavy. Let the last sounds drift beyond the edge of awareness. Somewhere, the monsoon waits to return, but not yet. Not tonight. Tonight, there is only this moment, and it is enough.